Hello, hello. Hopefully everything's working okay today. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. Alrighty. Been hard at work making a mess of things. I am now 4 consistent days of trying to get the enshrouded Docker server to work. So everything else is in a pretty good state, but this one container is actually going to be the death of me. The number of like additional hoops that I had to jump through, all right, come on, to get this working was wild. So the container itself requires a file, or I guess like the volume to be owned by a specific user, which required like an entire workaround. Because of course your Rails user can't just like switch the ownership of files like that, because that would be kind of a security problem. And I got all of that working now with a couple of questionable engineering decisions. The only thing I can't get working is I can't connect to the server, which is like the biggest part of it to begin with. So it's like persistent and it's saving the data, but it's not, I can't connect to it. I can't find it. So Enshrouded, unfortunately, is on the back burner. But I did spend my morning working on this, which uses the Hotwire combo box gem to do some filtering and searching, which is pretty cool. So now there's a way to do this, because this was kind of annoying me. Like if I come over to the actual website, when you start scrolling through these, they all kind of just blur together, and it becomes really hard to tell like what each thing is. And as you can see, I also have quite a few more games that are supported now. So like if we come over here to new game, we refactored this to use like game types now instead of just using a template file. So we have the Discord bot running through here. We have Enshrouded. We have the Minecraft servers. Zomboid. I got a Skyrim Together server working. So that's like a modded version of Skyrim that lets you play with other people. Sons of the Forest, I haven't tested, but the container says it works. So I'm just taking that at face value. Terraria was another interesting one where there was like a lot of extra hoops I had to jump through. And then we still have Valheim, and I also have a Valoran server up and running, which if you haven't heard of Valoran, I highly recommend taking a look at that. You can come over here to this website. If you ever like played or heard of Cube World, it's basically a reimagined Cube World. It's an open source project they've been working on for a few years now, but it's really cool. I'm really upset with you for not streaming all these days. You have to pay for it now by not saying or doing anything for 1 minute. I don't think that's physically possible to get me to be quiet for an entire minute. We can give it a try, but as soon as I get bored, I'm going to start talking again. All right, I got bored. You get 5 seconds. That's like a second per day. That's actually a pretty good deal. Oh, I also got the dev container working now, which is cool. So this entire environment here is running it out of a dev container. The only thing with dev containers that I didn't realize would be such a nightmare is when you're deploying all of these files, the location it goes to does sort of change. So like in this container, everything goes to Workspace's demo, which is technically mounted to payloads, which is inside of this directory, but sometimes your code does a little bit of an escape and it leaves this and it goes to /workspaces/demo. So I had all my files going in here for probably like 5 or 6 hours, which is this is not a real location. This is just, whatever Workspaces is connected to payload. But I had all my files going in here, and then I did a mistake, because if you'll notice, this is at the root, right? So at one point, I did something where I needed to copy something from ... in Workspaces, right? And if Workspaces, or sorry, yeah, I need to copy something in Workspaces, but instead I did ... which caused it to go up 1 level, which means I copied my entire my entire root directory back into Workspaces/payloads. So I just blew up my computer momentarily. I caught it fast enough, but I was looking at the payloads folder, and there's just like, /var and all the other stuff that comes from the root. Like I saw var and user appear, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right, and I stopped it. But that was That was a nightmare. It's a really funny nightmare, but it's still a nightmare. Did you talk and code at the same time? I streamed the other day and I can't utter a word. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a skill that you have to work on. I get like a notification every once in a while from like Facebook memories. And it's like a memory from when I tried streaming and playing Halo like way back in the day. And I was looking at like the audio waveform, and you could tell because I was so focused on the game that I wasn't talking a lot. If you just isolate the audio from the video, you can tell like where you're playing and where yeah, I can try and share it. I have to find it first. I don't even know if I'm logged into Facebook on this computer. But I was looking at it, and you could really tell where I was like playing the game and where I was dead. Because whenever I was dead in the game, that's when I would start talking. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm you know, trying to stream or trying to do a video or something." We just sent a text message, but I don't know. Like even the commentary at that point, it's so bad because it's just I don't know. It's like forced commentary, and then after a while, you just kind of get used to it, where you just talk while you code. Which does cause, you know, the people that I live with to occasionally tell me that I'm tearing the family apart by screaming like an idiot all the time. How much time would it take to get good at talking? I don't know. It's probably hard and probably different for a lot of people. I'd say I probably tried streaming 3 or 4 times when I played Halo back then. Bearing in mind, this was when I was like, this was in like the Justin TV days, I guess. So this is a while ago. But then I did a couple of YouTube videos after that where it was already better, but it really didn't happen until I started doing either the Rails videos, or it was like a Fable series I did like forever ago, where something in me just broke. And then I realized that, you know, there's a part of my brain I can dedicate to making noise, and then there's the part that can focus. Hello, Dean. It's midnight. We need to go to bed. Good luck. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. hopefully you sleep well. A month of streaming would get the job done. It really depends on, I guess, you as a person. Like I'd imagine people that are more quiet will probably tend to speak less, even if they get comfortable talking on stream. For me, I can value the sound of silence, but I can also you know, talk on end when I get hyped up. But you will notice when you split your attention between the talking and the coding in the same way that I do, your ability to think about the code does go down. So you are like sacrificing your ability to do work by, you know, talking all the time. That's why sometimes when the problem is like significantly difficult, it reaches a threshold where even if I'm pair programming with someone, my preferred approach at that point is let's meet up again in like 30 minutes to an hour, because I know there's a solution there and I'll be able to find it out. But I need to do like I'm on my own think. I can't do a someone else is in the room with me think. Like I need to just be able to sit there like for like 10 minutes until, you know, I've thought through the entire process, and then I go, okay, now I know what the problem is. I know exactly how to fix this. And then I'll message the person. I'll be like, I think I know what the approach is. And then if I need to do some pair programming to like accomplish that approach, we can hop back on a call. Or if I think it's better if I just do it myself, then I just do it myself. But it really depends. 10 minutes, impossible. You can't even sit quiet for 1 minute. You would be surprised. I will say, the entirety of the 24 hours you see when you look at my Visual Studio Code activity on Discord is not accurate, but significant stretches of that have been accurate in the past, where people have caught that I was working on a video or something because they saw that I was like hopping between files for like 6 or 7 hours straight. But I really just have to be in the zone for that. Which on stream, it's kind of hard to do just because there's always something pulling your attention somewhere. Where did you get that sort of stamina? Well, I used to play video games competitively, which required me to sit there and play video games for hours on end. And I think that and RuneScape will break a person in terms of like willingness to sit in one spot for 8 hours and just do something that you don't want to do. which is funny because I always like attribute my ability to, do like, 20 tickets in a day to my time spent like wood cutting willows in RuneScape. Because you do that long enough and then you go, okay, you know what? Actually, tickets aren't that bad. At least it's something. Competitive Kamal player. Yeah, no, it was a good, healthy, unhealthy stretch of playing Halo, which, for better or for worse, gave me a very distinct skill set. Which is also, like, it is helping here because, all my time spent gaming, I know a lot of servers, I know how to set them up. I know what the pain points are for people that are trying to set up servers. So, like, this has been very helpful. What else? Oh, yeah. The other thing that we didn't have working, or that I don't currently have working, is I can do a system test here. I also have this running in the background now because having the Google Chrome window pop up was kind of annoying. And I got this working, but in the dev container itself, my Chrome driver is completely busted. And I haven't been able to fix that. I was thinking the other day, like, you could deploy these games on another server using Kamal, just like we were doing it from our computer. All you need is SSH, I guess. Yes, so that's my running theory, is with just an SSH key, I should be able to deploy to anyone's server. By the way, is Kamal just a wrapper around Docker and some base scripts, right? Yes. Their idea, from what I understood from reading the, whatever that Kamal book that I was reading was. Hold on. Let me find it. The Kamal handbook. So I was reading this earlier, and it sounds like the inspiration behind it is, they didn't want to go full like Kubernetes, which is fine. Instead, they wanted a solution where they could just wrap around Docker to do just enough deployment for them. This is, Basecamp 37 signals. So the Kamal gem, I believe, is just a wrapper around Docker. And in there is actually a reference. I don't want to give away too much because, like, not my book, right? But there is a reference to a way to run a Docker image that has Kamal configured, so that instead of doing a Kamal deploy command or just any Kamal command, you would do like a Docker run and then pass in your, Kamal deploy in here. And then that Docker container would do your stuff. So to me, that says that you can, in theory, just do a Docker run, blah, 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 Kamal deploy, right? Then you do a alias for Docker run, blah, 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 and you just make that Kamal, right? And then you have your Kamal command without Ruby. Again, I'm trying to hand wave it because I don't want to give away the stuff from the book, right? So to me, that says if it's just a wrapper around Docker, there's a lot of flexibility there if you can tear it apart and play with it. So that's something that I've been considering, because one of the things that I need to think about is, like, when this is running and someone deploys to a server, you can't just have Kamal sitting here deploying the entire time. So in that case, I probably need to, like, send the build command off to some other build box that does the building so that it doesn't clog up the main machine. And this makes it a lot more approachable for me to do it like this, because I really don't want to have to spin up a bunch of build boxes that have like Ruby installed on them, etc. Because that's just a pain to deal with. Wait, are we having a separate branch for each feature? No. So this isn't the website. This is what gets put on the person's server, right? The person purchases whatever license or something. This gets put on their server, which allows them to manage their server and deploy the games to their server. This needs to be put on their server somehow, though, which is where you need the either Kamal or some way to put this on their server, which right now, because I'm putting it on my server over at Deanout.com, I mean, the 40. Oh, I see. Yeah. So the way that I do it is I create an issue and then I just create a branch off that issue. So I come over here and I said, where is it? Filter games. I create this. And I come over here and I just click create branch and then it just creates a branch and then I just check out the branch. And then when I push up the PR with the code on it, and this already passed the check so I can merge this. You'll see the issue count here, which was 12, goes down to 11 because it's associated with that original issue. So it automatically closes the issue, which causes everything to be tied together. And then I don't have to do any separate cleanup either. Corporate Deanout. Yeah, this is sort of how I mean, it's not really how I worked, but this is sort of like a duplication of my workflow, I guess. And this is still annoying me, but whatever. Git checkout main. Oh, this problem again. I also had to set up a Git hook for this. Can you do a video on SSH? I was thinking about that, either SSH or just keys in general, because I feel like a lot of people get confused when they go to put their. One of the popular ones is they'll ask me how they can put their key onto a server to connect with the server, but they try to put their private key on the server so they can connect with their public key. The reason, the thinking is put the secure key over in the box, which is secure so that it can't be cracked. The problem with that is you can now access it with the thing that is supposed to be publicly shared, which means the publicly shared key is now the key to get into the city, which is a little bit backwards. So I was thinking about doing a video on that, like just, I don't know, some kind of cryptography. I can't even call it crypto anymore because of the Web3 heads. Some kind of SSH explanation there. Have you used active record encryption? I think I did it in one video, but I haven't really done anything beyond that because I haven't personally had a need to yet. Let me see. I'm trying to find a explanation for this. Oh, here's the DigitalOcean article. Let me see if this explains it. Okay, well, this is not helpful. Yeah, I'll just look for like a video or something. If I get access to the server and I can do Rails console, isn't all the data compromised? Sort of. If you get access to the Rails console and everything's being stored in plain text, yes, everything would be compromised. If you get access to the Rails console and like your device password pops out, it's still compromised, right? But it's not like in a usable state yet. There's some extra work that needs to be done there. But yes, there is, I want to say, was it a Basecamp? Basecamp. Let me see, Rails console, but I can get the secret key. Yes, from the Rails app, if that's what you're talking about. But that's why you don't put the key that you unlock. That's why you put your public key there, not your private key. Because if they get access to your public key, I'll do a video on it. I think this is something where you need diagrams or something. This is probably what you want for the console, though. I don't remember where they did the. They did a video on their process for. Was it this one? Maybe not. It might have been on one of their Twitter feeds. There's a video where they talked about their process for accessing different elevations of the console and like the internal audit process that goes through with accessing like the production console. So you have an exact record of everything that needs to happen. Let me see, base or 37 signals, production console. Is it this one? This might have been it. I think this is it, actually. This article right here. I mean, the data is encrypted with some secret key base. If I can access the Rails console and in Rails console, I can get the env key. You might be. It depends on how you set everything up. If you just, like, if I just keep the config file with like my master key sitting somewhere and that's how I can access everything, then yes, you could run into something like that. There are tools that allow you to add extra steps that would make it more difficult to just pop in and do whatever you want to. Like if you need to have a console session approved, then isn't the Rails master key accessible from the Rails console? Is it? Config master key. I guess so. Maybe? Okay. Let me close out of this. Oops. Oh God. Please. Okay. env Rails master key. Find method env. I don't know. What is the master key used for? It's just for accessing your credentials right here, which would give you access to the like whatever your environment variables are stored on there. But like in the same vein, these env files right here would also be compromised. That's why the env files don't have my Docker Hub password in them. They have the personal access token. So that if the server gets compromised, I can go over to hub.docker.com and I can revoke the key. So I have a process to make sure that that stuff gets, yoinked out of there so you don't have to worry about it. Hey, Dean, I watched your last stream. Fascinated by your project. So the end goal would be for your Rails project, spin up a Minecraft server like how DigitalOcean can spin droplets. Yes. So basically, I'm trying to build something that would get deployed. This is my current thought process. I don't know if this is how it's going to work. But build something where they can visit that website. That website then has a way for them to purchase a seat to whatever the license is. Then that gets put on the server. Okay. Whatever. That gets put on the server, and then their server would then be the thing that spins up all of these, and the server's not running. bin/dev. That server would then be the thing that spins up all of these games for them. Let me hopefully get this to spin up. Jeez. Okay. There we go. Yeah, this is it. It's unfortunately very common. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of it. Did that work? There we go. Okay. Where is it? There it is. I'm working on it. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this would then let them spin up either like a Minecraft server or I guess all the other ones that I have here. Minecraft, Project Zomboid, Skyrim Together, Terraria, etc. Yeah, I modded you. And then all of this just runs through Docker containers is the approach. That does require all of these to work. And some of these, like this one, are the bane of my existence. Hey, Albert, nice to see you. I saw your message on YouTube. But yeah, so this is kind of the plan that I have here. And currently, if I come over to the actual website, this is sort of like my test bed. The vanilla server keeps crashing for some reason, but it does work pretty well, and it does, like, it spins up, it reads the console, and all of that stuff. That's all working. And with the enshrouded one, because I had to read the build logs, I now have a way to track the build progress of the images as well as the startup logs and all of the logs on the servers, which is really cool. I just have to actually parse that. So like right now, if I come into payloads right here with, this is a enshrouded game, which is what I'm trying to troubleshoot. Part of that process is doing like a Docker compose up or whatever, which spits out this entire log right here. And then I want to grab this log and read this in here, because when you spin up one of these servers, you don't get a log until the server actually turns on, and then it starts listening to it. This would let it log out that it's working, I guess, because currently if I come back here to games, let me just delete this. And actually, let me pull from main, because I think this doesn't have the combo box in it yet. Oh, this problem again. Untracked would be written by merge. Really? How would that be overwritten by merge? One sec. Untracked, get status. Wait, what? What was that branch called that we just did that pull request from? Hold on. Add game searching. The branch was this one. Or sorry, that's the pull request. I need the branch. Am I dumb? 49, here we go. Okay. Get checkout 49 dash that. App. Search, and images. Why did these... Okay, hold on. Let me come over to the main branch and let me see what this is. Why did this not get stash, include untracked? Yeah, but I don't know why this is... Because I haven't changed anything, I don't think. They're definitely there. Okay, hold on. App, assets, images, icons. Root. Oh, because I made them in here. Is that why? And I did my git status in here. Dude, this container is gonna... I'm gonna lose my mind. Yeah, this is why. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just... Okay, and that should clear up that, right? There we go. Okay. Such a weird problem. Okay, this needs to stop running as root, which means I have to go through here and find all references to root and make sure these are switched, because that's gonna drive me up the walls. But now if I do a bin/dev and we come over here and we actually run our server, it should hopefully pull this in. Now we can search. And now if I come over here to new game and I'm gonna do, we have this enshrouded one. We're gonna get rid of this. And then we're also gonna get rid of the chef land one. I'm going to come over to the payloads, completely delete the payloads directory just so you can see what I'm talking about. So now we only have the vanilla server. So we'll come in here, we'll say this is enshrouded. Actually, let's do a Valoran server. I think this is probably a good enough example. So we're going to create this. Doesn't create anything yet because we have to click build. We click build. That creates a payloads directory with the Valoran stuff in it. And now we have this build log in here. And now we can see immediately this isn't running, but over here, no, you're gonna stay a mod. You asked for it. The monkey's paw has curled. You're now stuck a mod. But yeah, so like what I would like to do is have this appear over here so that I can see what the problems are in real time. In other cases, like if I come over here and I do an enshrouded server, right? And I click create, and then I do a build for this one, we'll see that the payloads creates an enshrouded directory, and then this one has a bunch of stuff that happens, right? But this stuff doesn't appear in here. So this one we would also have to like read in, but this can go on for 5 or 10 minutes, depending on how long this takes. So this is something where we'd want this to appear so the user at least knows like something is happening. Now, ideally in the future, it's not going to build the image each time. Right now, it's rebuilding the image because I don't know how to make it work. So I need to rebuild the image each time. But I have this like rebuilding without a cache or anything. So the entire build process happens. So if you do have something like this where it spins forever, it would at least tell the user, hey, I'm currently working on something. Did you end up buying Jumpstart? I did not yet. It is on my list. I actually sold my my BAT tokens, which is going to pay for Jumpstart, which I guess is cool that they paid for something. You know, crypto is cringe, but I do like money, so we take those, right? I was just waiting for everything to get high enough, and I was like, all right, we'll sell it. What is the services directory for? That is basically just stuff that doesn't fit into other areas that I want to work. So like here, my container service, this is, let me actually bump up the font size one. I call this whenever I want to start up one of the games. So like, let's say I need to, in this case, I need to rebuild the image. So I say, you know, run the build command, which is just Docker compose -p, which just sets it as like a project name. So I know what project it is and what game it is, which if I open up Docker, you'll be able to see under my images, like in the case of vanilla, the project name is this one and the game name is this one, but it causes everything to be neatly collapsed if there's multiple things under it so that I know sort of what's running it, which just lets me organize stuff. Then I say build with no cache because again, I'm trying to troubleshoot, so I can't have any step cached. I need everything to work from scratch each time so I can figure out why this thing isn't working. And then I force RM all the containers just to make sure they're all actually gone. And then I put that out to a build log. And then I run my Docker compose up, and then I run my build command, and then I run my up command. And then I execute all of this with another service just called command runner service, which is just running a open3 command, which we covered in the video the other day. Bro, I just asked for what is in the services directory. Well, but like that's what the services are to me, is just, it's logic that wouldn't make sense to put anywhere else. Like I could put it in a job, but it's shared between multiple jobs. So it's technically a job helper and I'm not creating a job helper directory. So in that case, I just go, all right, it's services. I mean, like you started explaining it. Well, yeah, that's, I'm sure other people are going to have a question like that. So I might as well just, trying to dunk on you. Well, congratulations. Now you've been dunked on. And yeah, I have a couple others in here, and then these all just call out to a run command. And then I have like my accessors in here just to make it a little bit easier to deal with all of these different commands. And the nice thing is this also makes it really testable. And that's sort of what I want to do today, is go through and increase the coverage a bit. Because if you noticed, if I come over to one of the pull requests, wherever that may be, go over here to the closed pull requests. If we come in here, we can see the simple coverage report is currently not great. Won't DHH freak out? That's the best part about this being my project and not DHH's, is I can just take this services directory and call this the Java is cool directory, and no one will be able to stop me. By the way, in 2021, those bats were worth plus or minus. Yeah, I was so upset because they crashed. But at the time, I hadn't been using Brave enough for those to be worth anything. So I sold it for like 35 cents today. I was like, it's good enough. But yeah, I was painfully aware because I was like, oh man. It's a third or a fourth of what I could have gotten for it, but hopefully it's worth it. And this is something else I need to figure out how to stop. I got the Sidekick logs to stop spamming my terminal, which has made this a lot easier to use. But this logs channel is just... Every time it fires off the fetch logs, it's logging somewhere. This is so frustrating because it just makes the console gradually fill up with just absolute nonsense. Okay. But yeah, so I do have a coverage report generator. Hopefully this will work. I got circa 50 bats and then went down. Now Brave requires to have an account for it. Oof. Yeah, that I had to like sync up everything with like the, what is it? It's like up something. It's like a Coinbase for bat tokens. I don't know. Uphold, I think is what it's called. Which is just not my favorite app, but what are you going to do? What's your take on Ryan Bates' take? So if anyone hadn't seen what Ryan Bates had to say, let me come over to Twitter and hope there's nothing egregiously offensive in here. This one. Yeah, it's often said that Ruby is optimized for programmer happiness. I say it's optimized for short-term happiness at the cost of long-term happiness. A joy to write, but can be difficult to maintain. I think that's probably true for like most tools you use, right? Like I can have pretty secure, safe, and reliable C# code, but it can still be a nightmare to maintain. Like there was one thing that I had to do at some point, which was effectively like check the battery power of the laptop, which required the C# code to go out to the system and check what the battery was, which, as you can imagine, is fragile. So when you run a test, sometimes it just doesn't work the way you think it does. It's not the fault of C#, it's just the fault of like the requirement causing something to be a little bit brittle. I don't think that makes C# necessarily worse to maintain. I just think it's a consequence of having a mature application. Like eventually you're going to get those requirements and it's going to cause it to be less maintainable. I think with Ruby in particular, it's a little bit problematic for people because there's, like I said, there's like 10 ways to do something, but people like to preach that there's exactly one way to do something. Like there's the correct way to do something, like with the services directory. You know, people will say, oh, this has to be services or plain old Ruby objects or go in the models folder or whatever. But at the end of the day, I can call this the Java is awesome folder, right? And that still works. It might be a maintenance nightmare to you because you got to come in here and figure out where Java is awesome every time. Figure out what that means and where the services are. But like, because everyone's so strongly opinionated, they think that things that their opinion disagrees with are like maintenance problems. Like if I have a for loop and I do like, I don't know, for X and Y or whatever, right? And then I do another type of for loop where I go like, I don't know, X dot Y times do or something. You're going to have like 20 different types of for loops. And if I look at that, I might think that's like a maintenance nightmare, but also they're just for loops. Like who cares? It doesn't matter. But because people look at it like that, they think that these things are just put everything in the root path and someone can find it. Exactly. So like it can be a maintenance nightmare, but no, I don't think it's more of a maintenance nightmare than any other like language that I've personally worked in. Like maintenance nightmares to me are a developer wrote a 1,200 line thread as a single method, and I now need to go in there and figure out which of the 20 conditional branches deep causes it to terminate early and stop it from terminating early if the status code is a 201. That's a maintenance nightmare. And that's not because C# or Java is bad. That's because someone made a 1,200 line long method. Like that's going to be a problem regardless of language. It's, I don't know. But again, people are going to have differing opinions on it, and that's fine. It's just my opinion is usually very language agnostic, mostly because I've been burned in enough languages by now that I can't really blame the languages anymore. Like I rewrote an application from Java to C# and the application performed better, but not because it was rewritten into C#. It performed better because I had a chance to look at the entirety of the current scope of it and go, there's better ways to do some of these things now that we know all the stuff it has to do. But then you get 5 tickets or 50 tickets down the road and you add those new features to the C# application, and suddenly it starts to look a lot more like the Java application, because when I did the rewrite, I didn't anticipate these other requirements. And that's not a reflection on either language. That's just a reflection on like the cost of doing business. Occasionally you got to go in and you got to clean the house, or you just got to deal with it. Personally, I like dealing with it because I think it's hilarious when you get into like a 1,200 line method and then you gotta like work your way through it. It takes you 2 weeks to do anything because you're so terrified you're going to break something. And then you open up the test folder and you realize that there's a comment in the test folder that says you need to remove the test folder because if the test folder runs, the whole application crashes for some reason. And the application starts the test when the application starts for some reason. Like that's entertaining programming for me. That's good content when you're sitting there and you're like, I can't believe the state of this. But that's the fun, right? Like either way, I'm going to have to work. Either I'm rewriting or I'm refactoring or I'm doing bug fixes or maintenance on legacy systems. So I might as well get to laugh at like the pure state of it. If I'm working on my own application, it's less laughing and more just frustration at my own shortcomings with the code that I wrote. Do you have any good topic for Rails app for a master's degree? I guess it depends. Are you doing like a computer science master's, or what kind of master's topic are we talking about here? Because I did a social media for disaster relief application for my capstone undergrad, but that was more figuring out a way to go from like online to offline communications with like other systems nearby, which probably isn't applicable for everyone. Yeah, a very, very niche project. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess my opinion on the Ryan Bates tweet is I agree, but also I have my own differing opinions on it. Like I could definitely see Ruby being a maintenance nightmare, but no more so than, I don't know, the other 20 languages. I've had to look at a project that's been around for 20 years and go, wow, how did it get to this state? Today I learned there's a pools, hot tubs, and beaches category on Twitch. Yeah, there's they have broadened their horizons, is all I can really say to that. Unfortunately or fortunately, they said, I don't want to have to make that decision, and then they just went, let's put a separate category for it and push it down the road. So, software engineering, I did something like booking for an engineering degree. Gotcha. I don't know. I feel like the best type of project is always something that you personally are interested in. So if you can find some way to tie your own degree into the project, it'll probably be you'll be more passionate about it, which will reflect better on the final product from the perspective of the person who's like judging it. But also because you're more passionate about it, you'll be willing to put more effort into it, and you'll have like a more informed opinion on it, which will cause it to be better as well. So it's perceived better because you're more engaged with it, and it is better because you are more informed about it. So I would just like maybe look for applications in the field that are similar to what you studied and then say, this one is kind of similar. This makes sense to me. I should probably do something like this. And then start small and build out from there. Make sure your minimum viable product is, I always like to make sure the MVP can be done in like half the time of what the project entails. And then I spend the second half of the time polishing it and adding small features to it, so that I always have a way to revert back to the MVP as like a safety net. There's a approach by some of my classmates that was a little bit different, where they would just spend all semester working on the MVP, and that very rarely panned out well. When are we going to do that for the stream? Deanout for pools, hot tubs, and beaches. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be a hot tub stream in my future. At least I hope not. But I guess we'll see. All right. Anyways, so I have the system tests and I have the regular tests right now, and I have the ability to generate the code coverage. The only thing I really need to do is, and just as a pro tip, if you're ever working in your WSL instance and you want to open up an Explorer file there, just type explorer.exe and that'll open up the current directory in your file explorer. So you don't have to figure out like where this is hosted on your network or whatever, because that's always a pain to find because it's like double backslashes WSL, etc. Then we can come in here, we can come into the coverage, and we can open up the index page over here. That uploaded it to GitHub, didn't it? Of course it did. All right, let's just open it like this. There we go. Okay, so this is the current state of our code coverage, or I guess the lack of code coverage right now. Yo, it's been a minute since you've been live. Yeah, I had some real life stuff going on. I still do, but I'm running from my responsibilities today. So yeah, we have this. The services are like somewhat... Oh, I guess we could talk about the player count service too, because I need to test this still. Okay, so there is, as far as I can tell, no uniform way to grab the number of players online from various games. So for each one, I need to create custom logic, which is why we now have a game type model that has a name and a template associated with it. So the template is the Docker Compose file from here. And then the name is just the category of the game right now, which isn't, it's not clean or great, but it's good enough for now. And it allows us to do a select like this, which is fine. But because of this, we can then do something like in the game type setup, I think, which I had to do for Enshrouded because reasons. We can do a check to see which game we're running, and then depending on the game, we can run our custom logic. I need to do something similar for the player count status, and this is some spaghetti code that I hacked together because this had to run, and that you'll realize this is why I made the video on Open3 the other day where we did the running a Python script. I had to hack this together because I needed a Python script that could check the number of players on the Minecraft server. And the way that I do this is with the... All right, everyone just bear with me. I grab the container, which is done by doing something like docker : container.get game.normalized name, because I create the container with the name of the game, but I normalize it so that it doesn't have like a bunch of random stuff in it. That gets me a container. I then pass the container into here, and then I can call stuff on this container. So I do the player count, where I grab the lib Python server status file. If we come into there, Python server status, this does some Minecraft specific logic. So this is from a package called MC status, where I had to import something called a Java server. Everyone just pretend that's not as gross as it sounds. I then grab the IP and the port that I pass in. I create a new Java server object. I then check the server status, and then I grab the players online and the players max to get the player count and the max player count if those exist. And then I return that response. That then comes back to here after I've run that script, which we do like way down here. But to do that, I need the port and I need the IP. So to grab those, I have to grab the containers JSON, which has network settings, ports, and then inside of that, it has two arrays. Like I said, this is very hacked together. I then grab the host port info from there. And then I say, all right, return if there's no host port info. We actually probably don't even need the port itself because we can grab it here. So this part's probably redundant. We grab the host port info. Then we grab the IP and the port from that. And then we run a command with Python. We grab the script path, which runs that server status.py file. It then passes in the IP and the port. Bro, I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for moderating. So then we return if we don't get any result back, which I think is currently broken. But whatever. And then after that, we, yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. We do some JSON parsing on that result. We grab the player count and the max player count, and then we set those, and that allows us to grab the player count. But you'll notice all of this is assuming you're running Minecraft. So then naturally, the next question I had was, what about Valheim? Oh boy. Okay, so for Valheim, I had to create a completely different script, which I'm not currently running. But if we come over to the Valheim status, we use async IO and we use A2S, which I think is like that allows us to do this stuff async. We then have to grab the server info for the address and the port, and then we can check if, one second. I guess the sun decided to come out. As a software engineer, that's absolutely toxic to me. I can't believe it. What's next? Some grass. And then I had to check because I didn't know how to connect to this. So I was literally sitting here with every possible IP I could think of and port to try and figure out, and I think the other one's like 9001, how I can query this. So then I made a for loop for each IP and each port until I found the combination of localhost and 2457 to find this server, which allowed me to query the Valheim server and get the player count from it. So if you have a Valheim server up and running, this will grab those details, assuming you actually run the script. But then after I did all of this was like on Friday or Saturday, I think, I don't know. Then I realized there was no way for me to check which game I was running. And then I had to do the refactor for Enshrouded, which required me to add the game type or the game category anyways. The game type name, I guess is what I'm calling it right now, but that needs to change. And now I've realized that allows me to specifically check each game's player status and get the player counts from there instead of just the Minecraft ones. And I think the Minecraft one is currently working, but I have to check if it's doing if it's doing the hard-coded IP or if it's doing one from the container. So let me come over to, I guess here. Yeah, here. We'll come over here. We'll create a Minecraft game as soon as I start the server, and then we'll test if this is working, because I have no idea. This was one area that didn't have code coverage, and we've unfortunately, although it looks like it might be working, because this one says 0 out of 20. I know 20 is the max player count by default. So like if I search for vanilla compose, I need to rename this. I think this has a max player count of 20. But we can check as soon as we start up Minecraft. Assuming this is working, we can then add the switch real quick, which I guess will be the topic for today. And then we can also check the Valheim player count. And then once we get the Valheim player count, because I think this works through Steam, maybe? I think it's a similar API, if I'm correct, to what Enshrouded uses. So I might be able to do something similar there to check the Enshrouded server. But if I come over here and I connect to localhost, server closed. Okay, I crashed the server. That's not the right server. Where is it? Vanilla. Here we go. This should hopefully restart. I'm hoping. Assuming I set this up correctly. But we'll see. Vanilla is still closed. Let me come over here and check the logs real fast. Oh, a lovely Java exception. Failed to save level world. Yeah, I don't really know what to do when the container fails because the game failed. Okay, so let me... Oh, you know what? I bet I know what this is. We have to... This is still the original version of the game, I think, without the logging changes. So let me do a game equals game.find6. And then we could do a docker : get, or sorry, docker container.get game.normalized name. So if I do container equals this, And then this is what I meant by having the container itself. You can access a bunch of different information here through this container. So we're grabbing like the, I think it's the host config, and then we parse through it to get the host IP and the host port. Of course, we don't have a host IP right now, but this is sort of what we're parsing through, is all this information to figure out how to do this stuff. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So I want to grab the game and destroy the game. Then we can come over to the container, and we do need to actually blow this one away, and then that should, I think, cause this to not be super broken anymore, because I changed it so that now it doesn't have a unlimited log size, and it should only have a maximum of 5 megabytes. So it'll roll over the logs if it gets too big, and that is entirely my bad for not changing that. So we'll do another vanilla server, and then we can create this, and then we can we need to rebuild it, because it needs to have that new compose file. I could have copied the compose file, but again, these are like test servers, so it doesn't really bother me to just, you know, destroy it and start over. But yeah, so this has basically been my life for like 4 weeks now, almost. I guess 3 weeks. But it's so much fun to just like spin up a game and get stuff working. Hey, come here. Glad to see you back. I actually decided to stream today. I couldn't find any responsibility to run away to avoid streaming. So instead, I decided to run away from my responsibilities by streaming today. All right, so this should now be up again. Okay, there we go. And then we can hit enter. And if we go back over to games, vanilla now says 1 out of 20. So this is picking it up correctly. But I think I also need to broadcast this, because I don't think this changes unless you refresh right now. So if I refresh, vanilla's now down to 0. And we can, of course, filter for this, right? So if we reconnect and then we refresh, that's 1 out of 20 again. All right, so that's working. But I would like to broadcast that maybe. So we'll take a look at doing that as well. I always found out a way to get away from my responsibilities. It's a skill now. It really is a skill that you just have to work on, isn't it? All right, get checkout -B. We're going to say player status or player count turbo is what we want to do this, right? Okay. Is there anything that happened in here? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to go to app/channels. There we go. Just got rid of one line. Okay, so that's fine. And then the game type we still have to work on. But okay, so if we come into our game.rb and we don't pay too much attention to what's happening in here, we have a after update, which we can go to. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Where is it? There we go. So this broadcasts a status change to here. We probably want to just update the entire game, I guess. It probably makes more sense to just broadcast the entire game when something changes and make the target the game itself. Right? bin/dev. Is this how I would want this to work? Okay, so let's do this, and then let's connect to vanilla. Efficiency is going down. Okay, so let me see. If I disconnect. Oh wait, is this is now upset, right? Because we're probably using something that shouldn't be used in here, right? Yes, because there's a check in there. Okay, so we can't just do this. So we're gonna have to do another one of these. And ideally, we would take this and just probably do like an actual TurboStream file, but we'll do it here for now. That's fine. Because in here, there's logic to check and make sure that like, okay, so if I come over here and I edit the vanilla game and I switch this to be public, right? Yeah, so this is now upset because of this. So I need to save this. I can then come over here and click update and get rid of this. And we need this to be status again. Update. There we go. Okay, so we have a bunch of info in here and a bunch of buttons that we don't want people to have access to if they're looking at this without an admin account. And my thinking was, if you're going to have a website like this running off of your server and you're going to have games, it might be cool to just let people go to the website itself to see what games you're hosting and how to connect to them. But I don't want to have the ability to start and stop a server there. So I have a check in here that says if the current user is blah, 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 then do something, blah, 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 right? But if you have a check for a current user with Devise and you try and do a turbo broadcast, that's a big no-no. So instead, we're going to have to break this out and make sure we're only updating pieces around the checks with Devise to make sure that we can do it through turbo without it breaking. Which isn't great, but what are you going to do? Oh yeah, that reminds me. The real-time database. Did you guys hear with Redis what's going on there? How they like moved Redis to closed source the other day, apparently. Convex. Interesting. Whoa. That's a cool way to do a drop-down toggle thing. Query constructor, query arguments. That's really cool. Oh, okay. Hold on. There we go. Click on the real-time sidebar. Real-time sidebar. They have a docs page for it. Brilliant. That's pretty cool. Use can. Seems cool, but no aggregation support. So wait, does this have a way around the weird turbo limitations? Because I also have Pundit, I think is what I'm using. Although I haven't, I have not kept up on my policy creations recently. So this is something that I probably need to do better with. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the game status. So we're going to go into the game partial. The game currently has this check here for the players online, which we can do by just abstracting this out, right? So we have the game name, game type name. We have this, so let's just do a render game/player count, I guess. Something like that. Game. How is your zero users software as a service app going? Does it scale to millions? Oh yeah, no, this scales to millions. That's actually the best part about this is this technically scales infinitely because each user gets their own app. So I don't have to worry about scaling. I've scaled infinitely by just making everyone have to install the entire software suite. It's a brilliant way around it. Let's do that. Player count is what I called it. Underscore player count.html.erb. Yeah, the junior devs everywhere that always worry about scale are in shambles, as I found the ultimate loophole. Just install Google servers on your machine, forehead. Oh, you want to watch YouTube, but you're worried about how it'll scale? Just install YouTube. It's got some real like just go download more RAM type of energy to it. Game.rb. Okay, so we have that, and now I want to broadcast similarly. Oops, to here, I guess. Game stream is fine, but this now needs to be the player count. Player count. Going to steal that joke. Glad I could give you some material to work with. And then in here, we have the status, right? Where is it? Yeah, status right here. So in the status, we're doing a ID like this. So we'll just copy this. And we'll just do a wrapper around this with a like this, and we'll wrap around this, and then we'll grab this, and then we'll do this. But we want this to be the player underscore count for the ID. So we have the game player count, and we can do player count game ID, I think. Game stream is still fine. Player count still fine. Pass in the game itself, that's still fine. And then I need to make sure I stay on the local host version of the game. If I hit enter here, our stuff has now updated. If I disconnect, it updates again. So yeah, that's now real time. So we have real time player counts without needing to refresh the page. Cool. Okay. And then we can probably just stop the server, right? Because that's, I think, basically it. That's all we really wanted to do here. But probably should do some kind of test for this as well, huh? Because the game model be getting a little bit, I mean, I guess it's still covered. Let me do another bin slash, what was it? Bin slash test. Should do the code coverage generator for us as well, I think. Maybe. I actually don't know if this is running the coverage report. Let me check. It is not, so we probably want to do that, right? We have the coverage command that we should be running. Tests are overhyped. Trust yourself. No. Tests are for the people, the other people on the team. One of which is Kamal. And I don't trust Kamal. Let's do this. Bin slash coverage. I might be alone. You don't know that. Okay, so that does that. And then we should see these numbers probably go down a little bit because I think it's like closer to 60 point something now. No, especially with where this project's at right now, I need something to protect all the Docker logic to make sure I'm not breaking anything. There we go. So that went down to 58, which makes sense. And then if we come in here, the game model is now down to 92, which also makes sense. Some of it doesn't really matter. Like this logic right here is really just a hot fix to make compose work in the, or not compose, to make the dev container work, which is really annoying. And then some of it really doesn't matter. But we can at least that simple code UI makes me want to clock out for the day. Always a good time when I can make people have like sense of existential dread. Let's see. Should have a game controller icon. We need this icon URL to basically be this, right? And then we can just assert that this has a game.icon. We actually need this to be a assert equals, there we go, expected, and it's game.icon URL. Probably want to, something like that. Are you using view component or just partials? I am just using partials. Okay, so this should be fine, right? Oh wait, did I need to change permissions for this? I guess not. Okay, so that still works even in the container. That's good to know. Okay, so that's fine. And then I guess the combo box display. Have a combo box display name. Roast Tim, I will support you. See, the thing is, I personally don't care enough to to care if I get roasted. I'm not a fan of like, I don't know, writing my front end logic in my back end language. I don't know. It's weird to me. Expected name, to combo box display. That should be fine, right? Yeah, okay. Like that. I've covered it on the channel before, but for me personally, I'm not a big like view component or flex person. Maybe they'll grow on me. I wasn't a big Tailwind person initially. I still feel like half the time I'm fighting the framework, but ultimately not my problem, right? Enjoy writing your front end, back end, DB tests and everything on TypeScript. Take things that won't happen for 500, Alex. You would have to pay me a lot of money and make TypeScript a lot more enjoyable to use to make me enjoy using TypeScript for everything. Let's, yeah. TypeScript is one of those things. It's a lot like tests. It's great when it's done to prevent problems. But what most people end up doing is they just go at the top of their file and then they just keep writing their code. And it's just like JavaScript, but now I have to jump through hoops and the code still doesn't work. That's where it just frustrates me endlessly because I'm like, what is it? It's like a two-factor on your work lappy, right? Like the two-factor is not there to keep the bad actors out. It's to inconvenience the good actors. Because the bad actor is just going to circumvent it. The good actor is going to step away from their computer for 2 minutes, and then because your IT department set the timeout to 2 minutes, because the C-suite said they got to set the timeout to 2 minutes, pretty much everyone suffers. But then the bad actor comes in and he just plugs in a little thumbtack into the side of the computer, and he gets access to everything anyways. Or more likely, someone leaves their two-factor phone at home, and then they get no work done that day. Speaking from experience. I got to go. Let's go eat. See you in a few hours. Yep. Hope you enjoy your meal. Sidekick. I don't want to touch that one because that one's always frustrating to test. Models. Okay, so game is now up to here. What's still untested in here? I guess it's the dev container stuff. All right, fine. Test. Have a compose directory if not running on or in a dev container, I guess. Come on, Copilot. I don't want to have to do this. Development returns false. Why is everything returning false? Do better, Copilot. We'll do true, right? Because compose directory is somewhere. There it is. Okay, so if true, then we just do this. Okay. Set this one to true, and we'll say expected is going to be equal to rails.root.join the at game.parent directory. I don't know if that's public or not. And then at game.normalized name, something like that. compose directory is actually a file.join. Okay, so that's the expected. Game has a compose directory if not running in a dev container, which means this is going to call the stupid host compose directory. Like that. But this might actually fail because I think that environment, oh, we stubbed out development. But isn't this set? Am I crazy? Or did I unset this? Does this no longer exist? Maybe I finally got fed up with this. No, this is still set, so I got to figure that out. So yeah, we come in here, we check if that's set, and then this doesn't fire for some reason. So let's do this. Let's come into the game.rb, host compose directory, and we'll just do something like this. Save, debug. And then we wait. Okay. Oh, that just finished. Let's do this. That's my bad. I hit the wrong button. Twice. All right, so we'll run this, and hopefully this takes us over there. Into here. Okay, so this is doing this instead. Which is not this, right? Parent directory is just payloads. Normalized name is that. Oh, this is asserting. It's not doing an assert equals. There we go. Okay. So let me stop this actually. Let me just run this. This should fail. There's no world where this is passing. Explain yourself. Okay. Let's see. Assert equals. The expected was payload slash vampire the masquerade bloodlines. And the actual was not set in here because we gotta, okay, hold on. Let's do this. Oh, this is why I bet. There we go. Okay. Run this. We're now calling host compose directory on the actual thing, which now means it's failing. There we go. Failing test is good test. Okay, so instead of doing this, we need to set that variable. So we need to this one needs to be set to nil. And now if we run this, that's passing. And then we just take this, should have a compose directory if running in the container. We get rid of this, or we just set this to be test, I guess. No, it can't be test. It needs to be something else. Yeah, so expected was payload slash Kirby's Adventure. Actual is payload slash Kirby's Adventure. Expected was payloads Kirby's, and that's test Kirby's. So this needs to now be the environment variable here, comma, that, comma, that. Isn't this fun? Don't you guys just love sitting here watching some guy write tests on the internet? I wish it was more interesting, but this is unfortunately something that I just have to get done. So I do apologize. There's actually a better way to do this test, I think. So I'm going to refactor this real quick because this can actually just use @game.compose directory. Which it does the same thing. It's just because I'm already testing the compose directory up above. I can probably use this. Is this actually live? Well, I mean, it's technically live, but it's a bit more like it's, I don't know. Occasionally it still goes down. The Minecraft server especially, I don't know if it's like the specific version I'm running, but this thing crashes all the time. But yeah, you can go over to like here, I guess, and you can see some of the games that are public. Oh, is the stream live? Yeah, the stream's live. I thought you meant like the project. Why Ember.js is used frequently with Rails? There's a question. Ember.js. I don't know. I feel like I've heard of Ember before in a Rails context. Ew. Dialect of CoffeeScript. Gross. Gross. Is it used like in legacy Rails apps? Or I guess like Rails 5? Or is it still something that gets used a lot? Because that's a little bit weird. All right, let's come over here. Yeah, game has 100% coverage. Beautiful. Okay, so now we just got to do the game type stuff, which is pretty simple. Do I have a game type test? I do. Cool. Okay. And then we just need to do a test. Should have a game type build context. Used in our legacy app is hard compared to React or Vue. Yeah, so I'm assuming if it's used in a legacy app, it might just be because people were either using CoffeeScript at that time or because they didn't want to move away from CoffeeScript. Because if it's a CoffeeScript dialect, that's why immediately I went, maybe it's around the Rails 5 era, Rails 4, Rails 5. It's interesting. I'm looking for a Ruby testing book. Do you know any? I'm just a junior dev. Ooh. There was one at one point that I talked about. Where is it? I remember linking to one in a specific video at some point. Although I will say, if you ever want to like learn testing, good place to go to is Jason. Jason usually has a bunch of stuff. But if we go to like the free guide or whatever, you can sign up, and then that might be worth it. Rails testing book. I swear there was a book that I can't find it. There was definitely a book that I had at some point. Do you think Rails developers will be high paid in a couple of years? It depends. I don't foresee like 37 or Shopify decreasing the salary. And I think that in a year, maybe you'll see people stop freaking out so much about their COVID overhiring, and you'll probably go back to a competitive job market. And because Rails is more of a niche legacy thing, it's usually going to have a higher salary than stuff that's very popular. Like Java and JavaScript, you're almost always going to be able to find someone who would do it for like $50K in the US. Rails, a little bit harder to find someone like that. That said, because it's like that, it also means that it's a smaller market, which means it's more competitive. Should have a build context. Okay. So it has a build context, but then we also want to do should have a build context in the lib directory, because this actually needs to be in lib game types test lib game types test build context like this. And then for the template itself, we're G-subbing that. So we're actually looking for, should have a build context. So then this will be, what is it? At game type dot, do I even have one? Do I have a pre-built game type? I guess I should do that, right? I don't really want to. Okay, so we have at game type. We need to create this. Type equals create game type. We need game type dot template dot gsub, I guess. I don't like how I'm doing this template gsub twice though. So let's come into the game type model. Normalized template. We're going to do this. Right? And then we can do this right here. And we can do this right here. Like that. And then we can come in here and we can do game type dot normalized template, I guess. And then our actual is going to be game type dot game type build context, and we can assert equal expected actual, like that. Yeah, that's the other thing. It is very country dependent. Most of the time. I have had one or two people who reached out to me because they were applying for a job. I want to say it was in New York was one of them, and they were in Venezuela. And it was like an order of magnitude more made per year because they got hired there. But those are obviously rare exceptions, not necessarily the rule. But we did what we could, and I think they ended up getting hired. But that was a nasty take home that they had. I was looking at it, I was like, dude, I don't even know if I could get this done in 4 hours. Okay, what's this thing's problem? I'm assuming the game type already exists. Is that what it is? Lib game types. That's my bad. Okay. Lib assets build context, right? Because if we come over here, this is going to be in lib assets build context in here. And we're looking for a test in here. Ooh, yeah. You know, actually, that's a good point. Do I create? Yeah, I guess I do. I don't like it, but we're going to create a test folder in here just so that we have something, because I don't know if we're going to keep like enshrouded or whatever long term, and I don't want to rely on that. So I'm just going to create a actually, you know what? We can do. I have a way to cheat without making that a test. Where is it? We come into lib assets build context instead of test. We can make this default. We have our default in here. Like that, which would let us test this then. And then in assets. So let's do this. Inside of default, new file, readme.md. Okay. And then we can check if the game type, which definitely exists, find by name. Not really a name. We want to do template, right? Is like this. Undefined method, normalized template. What? Let's run this in the terminal and see real quick. What is this complaining about? Undefined method, normalized template for nil class, which means the game type isn't found here. Oh, find by template. It should work. Unless it doesn't exist, because I'm in the dev container. This stupid dev container. Okay, hold on. Game type.all. Okay. Yeah, so we have this in there, but we don't have it in, I guess, the test. So let's do it like this. Grab this. Let's see if we can create this with a game type.create. This. Don't like that I'm doing this in here, but bear with me. And then something like that. And then I didn't, yeah, okay. I didn't do this. Like that. And then we could test the normalized template in another part of this to make sure that we have that. So let's grab this and let's put this, I don't know. We got the template right here. Let's just put it right here. So let's come into our normalized template and let's say our expected is going to be equal to the at game type dot template dot gsub that. And then our actual is going to be equal to this. And then we can assert equal this like that. Cool. And then we can do a bin slash coverage to run our simple coverage again. And then that should clean this up, add in the extra thing, cause this to be fully covered, etc. God, what a nightmare. Okay, here we go. Game type should have thing, undefined method build context. Because this needs to be game type build context. How did this pass the first time? Right? Yeah, game type build context. Okay, maybe I didn't run it. I also think this is a bit redundant here because this one's also testing that it does have one. But we'll leave it. It's fine. If it becomes a point of issue later, I can always just yoink it out of here. Okay, so this was now generated. That was now generated. So the last thing that needs to be tested now is the models. And this one is, or the backups. This one's a little bit weird still because this was very game dependent on how this ran. So I'm going to leave this one alone and we're just going to accept that the models for now are going to be like 97%. I don't think that could be helped. We do have the jobs and we have the services. I think services is probably the next place because some of these have changed a bit. And the player account's really the one we're after for testing because that's the one that's powering. I don't know if this is going to work now. Okay, I guess it will. The permissions nightmare that's generated by having this run as root inside of this dev container is starting to get on my nerves. But if we connect here, the thing that's doing the real-time player status updates here, this needs to be tested because this is going to be like a multiple Python scripts that it's running through. And I need to make sure that those Python scripts are safe. If I start like changing how they work, I want to have a safety net that I can rely on to make sure that everything is, you know, up as we expect it to be. So let's do that. So for that, we can come into test services and we can do a new file. And this is going to be the player player count service dot or service test.rb, I guess. I'll come in here, I'll grab the command runner, paste it in. And then we can kind of just get rid of this stuff. We don't need this. We don't need the rest of these. We just change this to be the player count service test, like that. And then this one right here should be, there we go. We'll do something like this for now so we can at least look at it. Okay, so this does take in a container, which means we have to create a container, which I'm realizing now we probably have to do in a lot of places. So I should probably create some kind of container creator. Do I want to do that though? No, we're going to do it like this for now. I'm going to say at container and then at game. Game will be create a game. Container will be, okay, if we do container.get, there's no guarantee the container is going to be up and running. We could also just stub out the container. So if we do like a require, what is it? Mocha / mini test. And then we can stub out this container down here. So I'm going to start by saying, should return with with a nil container, I guess. Something like that. Equals nil. And then service is going to be new container. And then we can just, oh, but we can't access that, right? So it should have, it's not really returning. It should have a player count of 0 with an invalid container. Should return, should have, because it's not really returning it, I guess. Okay, something like that. We're not really using the game or the user right here, but that's fine. And then we need to say the same thing, but this needs to be for the max player count. And we'll just do this again. Run this one. I don't anticipate this failing. Okay, so that's those two. Now what we want to do is check for Minecraft, I guess. There's going to be a lot of stubbing with this because this is also a lot of spaghetti code, right? This is several hours worth of spaghetti code to get this working. Okay. I think server status is the first thing. It's not really doing server status, right? If we come into lib assets, or sorry, lib Python server status, this is the Minecraft server status. So that's the first thing. I'm going to change this to Minecraft status because I think the other one is Valheim status. Like that. And I don't think anything else in here needs to change. So I'm going to say test should have a Minecraft status file in, what did we say? Lib / Python. Okay. Lib Python Minecraft status, make sure this exists. We can do one of these for each of the files to make sure the files exist, which we also need to do for the games themselves. Like there's got to be some kind of way to verify that we have the proper, like the build context for, let's say, Enshrouded. So if I come into the lib assets build context, or we can even look at like Terraria. Terraria requires the Docker file and the bootstrap.sh file in addition to the Docker compose. So you need this and this to create it. This bootstrap needs to be, I guess, changed a bit because if there is no world, it then prompts you for a world size. And I had to manually feed in the world size here, which was a whole thing. That's actually why this is in this create new world function, because I had to call that twice and duplicate some code. It wasn't pretty, but this is now working. But every time we build the image or we run it, we need to have those in there. I guess when we build it, we don't really need it to run it. So in that case, I would need a test that says, make sure that the Terraria vanilla thing has a build context. It's not necessarily Ruby code, but I might as well just use a Ruby test to make sure it's there. And we can go through and verify all of those. So with that in mind, I kind of want to just do should have a Valheim status file in lib/python. I mean, there's two ways to do this. One is to go through and just do like a loop. The problem with that is if it fails, it makes it a little bit weird to diagnose why it failed. And I'm never a fan of having like 20 asserts in the same test. I'd rather just have like all the tests fail or one of the tests fails. And when that test fails, it tells me exactly which one's not working. If they all fail, then I say, okay, they're all failing because of the same reason. So we'll just keep it like this. We'll do a Valheim status, which I'm assuming these will pass, right? Yeah, okay. So that gives us our status files. Now we basically want to do this, but with, instead of a stubbed container, we want to, or instead of a nil container, we want to do a stubbed container, which means this JSON stuff here, we need to make exist without actually creating a Docker container, because we don't want to spin up something and then have to rely on that external service to work. So we're just, under good faith, we're saying, assuming Docker works and the container exists, and we get something back from it by doing container.json, what do we expect to see? Networks, ports, etc. So to do that, we need to use Mocha, which is our little mock library, to mock up a container. I'm going to do it in this test for now because I have no idea what this needs to look like. So we're just going to say mock a container to return JSON for, okay. This needs to have network settings, ports. Yep. I love GitHub Copilot. And then this needs to have the host IP in it, and then that needs to have the host port in it. Something like that. I love Copilot when it works. Unfortunately, it does not seem to be working. Let's just do something like this. And then this should also be, I don't know, 3000, I guess. Sure, why not? There we go. Like that. I probably could have done this all in one line, or one prompt, I guess. Something like that. Okay. So we need this from our container. So we can mock a container and we can have this respond with the JSON, or it can stub out JSON. So when you call .json on container, it'll return whatever's in here. And what it's going to return in here is going to be this. But of course, not commented out. Like that. Let's tab this over, collapse this, something like that. Okay, so this should now give us something that lets us pop into the host port, etc. We then create this container, and then with this data, okay, so now we have like the first part of this logic now. Now we need to stub out the command runner service. This is where it's not ideal that this is such a big, this is why you don't make your methods this big and this complicated. It's fine to like initially stub these out or to initially like bloat these, but you really want to refactor these to make sure that they're smaller because you'll see like we've already done all this prep work, and that really only gets us like halfway through the process. Okay, so now we want to do a mock for the command runner service, which needs to stub the execute method. And it needs to return some JSON for the player count and the max player count, like that. And then we close this like that. And then I'm actually going to do the same thing right here to make this a bit better. I still don't like this, but it is what it is. So that gives us a command runner service dot any instance. I think this can just be, we'll leave it like that. And then it returns unless result, which doesn't matter right now. Begin output JSON parse that and that. And then this is going to assert that this is equal to 0. But we're going to make this 20 and we're going to make this 11, I guess. And we'll go ahead and we'll run this. Okay. And it doesn't give me an error because why would it? So let's run this in the terminal. Okay, there we go. Test should have a max play. Oh, I see. Should have a max player count. Should get player count from a valid container. Something like that. And I ran it over there. All right. Undefined method, this for nil class. So let's run this in the terminal and let's see what the error is so we can actually follow it. Player count service, line 19. Okay. Container.json. Network settings, ports. Okay. So we'll grab this, do a, oops. Maybe? Is my console frozen? I guess it has. Okay, let's open up a new one. You'll see. Okay, so say response equals this. Response, right? Response network settings is nil. Okay. Which makes sense because this is set up differently, right? Yeah, because I wasn't even paying attention to what I was doing over here. So we have a okay. Let's do this. Need to stub the container. Oops, container. We'll do this. Give it some context. Cut this out. I'll never understand why it doesn't get the full line sometimes. Okay. Let's do this. Container.get game.first.normalized name. Oops. Game. Oh, I haven't ran the migrations yet. That's my bad. Rails DB migrate. Rails C. I think that was a issue because I ran the migrations locally. I didn't run it in the dev container yet. No such container enshrouded. Of course, of course. All right, fine. Oops. bin/dev, go over to 127, port 3001. Okay, so this apparently is running, but is that true? Oh, well. Everyone called the papers. Docker desktops crashed again. Okay. We have a vanilla container running. So let's show this game, destroy this game. This doesn't need to exist. New game. Vanilla MC. Great game. Wonder how this is going to work. So if I build this, is it going to try and run this alongside the other one? Isn't that going to... It's going to make it go boom, right? Because it can't run both of these. Because I think this is like a ticket I currently have is running these both. So that's... Let's go ahead and let's stop that. And let's blow away this one for now. We'll get rid of the one that's running in our other environment because we don't really need it. And then we'll spin up the vanilla MC instead. Okay. There we go. So that spins it up. Console's logging, so I don't need to look at this anymore. That should now allow us to come over here, create a new thing, and do a Rails C. Yeah, okay, so we have this now, and we can do container. Okay. We can do container dot JSON network settings, I think. So that grabs that. Okay, and then our container here has the status inside of it, inside the state. So let's do a res equals this. Okay. Because this is going to fail with the formatting like this. And we could do it like this, right? But that's not returning what it needs to. Okay, let's grab this. We do one of these. Something like this. Okay. Yeah, that is true. Yes, I know I'm using string keys. Oh, is that the problem? So what if we do this instead? Should have run that in the terminal. Okay, expected 0. That's fine. Okay, so let's stop this, run this in the terminal. Expected 0, actual 20. That makes sense because we're testing the max player count. 20, like that. Okay. I knew this would be ugly to test, and yet here we are. I'm still shocked by how ugly it is. Okay. Let me move this over here, just in case. So we have this, and we have this. I want to say we do something like, yeah, okay, so let's grab this, and then in our setup, let's call something like create container. I don't know. Something like that. And then we also need this one. But we're really only using it. Well, no, we're going to use it in other areas. So I'm just going to do this up here as well. We'll go with 11 and 20. That makes sense to me. Create container. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave it like that. This now needs to be at, and then this needs to be at. Okay, and then we'll do an assert equal for the player count as well. Okay. So that tests some of this stuff. But what happens if we run a file that has a parsing problem? So let's come up here. Pretend we don't have a helper method in our test right now. Should handle a JSON parsing error from the Python script. Like that, I guess. Okay, command runner service, stubs, execute, returns invalid JSON, creates a new player count service. Is this what it does? I guess they are initialized to 0, so let's see. Ah, good enough. Okay. That seems fine. It's at least testing this logic. So this would have been successful, I guess. Yes. And then we need to handle one where test should return early if command runner service. I don't even know what you would say here. It doesn't return a result, I guess. Sure, why not? Okay, so what's this one? What did that just do? Whoa. Okay, that just tried to generate like a bunch of functions. Okay. There we go. Returns false. That works, right? And then this should still work. Okay. This one seems to be upset with a invalid container. Oh. Okay, so these all seem to be fine now. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. Let's stop the server and run a bin/coverage. Because this wasn't covered fully, right? Player count service. Yeah, the JSON parser wasn't covered. This should cover it though. Ow. Red Bull can just attack me. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, because this container runs as root. Every time I do that, it causes everything in TMP to be owned by root. So we actually have a script for that. It's bin/local dev fix. And I pass in my username. Okay, there we go. Bin/coverage. That's how you know the problem's annoying, when you start creating scripts to fix it. But that's part of the problem with like how this container needs to run. I need to have access to like the Docker socket and all that other stuff. Okay. Minecraft status file does not exist. Line 34, lib python Minecraft status. Let's see, is that true? Lib python. Yep. Okay. So we change this to Minecraft status. That's why we have these, because they help catch silly mistakes like that. Saves us from having to do a 5-minute deploy by running a 2-minute set of tests. I say 2 minutes. It's more like 20 seconds worth of tests, right? We expect this one to now be covered, which it is. Beautiful. We have to wait for the system test to finish, and then hopefully this number goes up. 59.68. Unfortunately, I think I took a beating when I did the search controller as well. All the search stuff that probably isn't doing me any favors. Neither is this dashboard controller, but this is in such a state of just... Okay, so that's actually a good point. Let's take a look at the dashboard controller real quick. This is where I do a lot of my testing. When I like I was helping my friend set up that Discord bot because I'm teaching him how to code. And I needed to set up a bunch of like fake endpoints for him to hit before we started doing any of the Discord stuff. So there's just a bunch of like Ooga Booga caveman brain stuff in here. Along with like some fake commands to run with like setting a title in Minecraft and all this other stuff. So this is definitely not helping the code coverage metrics right now. It's okay though. It's part of the fun of doing something like this. But some of this I probably should test because some of it's actually, I think, used for stuff. Although a lot of this logic down here is now done in a very different way. I think this is one like day one when we were trying to get this working. This was stuff that we were hacking together. So that one doesn't really count, but that's funny that it's there with like 170 lines of code. Okay. What else? So our player count service is now at 100. I don't want to touch the YAML manager because this one I hate going into that file. It's not like it's bad. It's just it's so it varies so much depending on the game, and I'm trying to keep it generic. But good God, it's making me want to scream. This is actually the reason why all of the images or all of the compose files, if I come into lib, assets, Docker templates, let's just look at vanilla. This is why all of them have a image or a service block of game, because I needed all of these to be standardized, because some of them, for some reason, have like 20 different services that they launch, and I need to figure out which one is the starting service. Fun times. Because there's only like one that I want to actively monitor. And then there was one, I think it was the Valoran docs, where I thought I was grabbing a Docker Compose for it, but it was actually, hold on. It was actually like a mock voting application. Where is it? This one was pretty funny. So I came in here thinking there'd be a Docker Compose file. Where is it? And the Docker Compose file reference was like I think it was something similar to, not this. It had like a whole block worth of, oh wait, was that it? Maybe, no, they download the sample from the repository. No, it wasn't this one. It was one where they had like 14 different services. And for a second, I thought I was going to have to like account for all of those. Multi-service games right here. But then I like looked into it and I was like, why is it just showing me a sample app with like example voting app? I was like, all right, hopefully we don't have to run into that. But it is something that I have to watch out for to make sure that like we don't run into something like that. Unfortunately. Okay, let's move this over here again. And then let's take a look. So if we come over to, which one of these do we want to do next? Not the YAML manager. We could do the game type setup because this one's kind of empty right now. Yeah, so let's do services, new file, game type, setup, service, oops, service, test.rb. We can close this one and then we can come up here to this actual services folder, app, services, game type, setup. So this is going to be like specific to the games themselves. Do you play League of Legends? I don't, but my Discord's going through their annual hopping back in the Rift arc. Goodbye, I'm going to play League of Legends. Have fun. If you get stuck in silver, hopefully you can carry my friends a bit. And cry in a corner when I get dove by 4 dudes. Yeah, I got a couple friends that play in the Discord I'm in, and then I got some people that I used to play Halo with that play League, and it's really funny seeing the different conversations because the friends I play with, or the friends that I'm in a Discord with, they're all in like silver or something, and then the guys I used to play Halo with, or they still play games competitively. So they'll like message me about like, top 500 level problems. And I listen to the people that are playing in silver and it's just like, you would think they're playing the same game, but they clearly aren't. Okay, let's do game type setup. I used to play, I got to like diamond or something. Yeah, so you probably wouldn't want to play with the people in my Discord. You'd want to throw something. Queuing ranked after 2 years without playing. Dude, you've been clean for 2 years and you're going back in? That's terrible. Nothing could go wrong. Yeah, sure. Okay. No. I don't want to do that. I want to check real quick before we do this. There we go. Okay. We need a game for this. We also need a game type, but I think the game type's created by the game. We can create this. And then for... yeah, this is that gross fix we had to do for this. Okay. I even have my test code down here. You don't need the directory manager. So let's do this. Should... I don't know, handle game specific. Handle game type specific logic. Very broad. Okay, so we can come in here. Okay, let's just do that. That's setup. The setup. Yeah, let's do a default one, I guess. So this is something I still haven't thought about how I want to handle, because there's going to be probably like 10 of these. I mean, there's going to be more, but you get the idea. You got like Minecraft, Terraria, etc. I don't think a lot of games are going to need one of these. But, yeah. we are going to have to stub this out, I think. So bring in Mocha. Okay. Stub the command runner service. Is that running here? It is. Okay. Stub the command runner service. Okay. Returns true. Sure. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is that this executes so that this stupid directory can be owned by the expected owner. The number of workarounds that I had to do to make that specific command work, good Lord. Okay, and then we want to, I guess, this doesn't call setup, right? We do setup afterwards. So I expected equals true. Actual equals this. Cert equal expected actual. Something like that. Okay. Did not return true. Because the game type, okay, so that's another point. The game type here isn't in the list, right? Should handle game specific logic, which means we need a specific game type for this one. But we also need to test. Should work if game specific logic isn't required, right? And this one's basically going to do this. But instead of expected true, it's just going to be, I don't know, like expected nil. Because it's not going to return anything, I think. Okay. Unexpectedly returned a value. That works. And for this one, this is a little bit different because here we need to like pretend that we're using one of these game types. Which means we need a game that has a specific game type of, I guess, enshrouded. So let's come into our factories, I guess. Games. Yeah, I don't know. Can we do something like this? Can we do like a enshrouded game, which can have a fake title, but the game type should be I don't know, like a, is there a way to do like a find in a factory? Find or create? Does that work? Okay, and then we can come over here and we can try this. And then this needs to be like this. I think there's a better way to do this, but this will at least do something here. Okay. Uninitialized constant enshrouded game. Factory game, game with image, game with payload, game with backup, shrouded game. Oh, we need to do the class or the parent, right? Parent game. Okay. Find method find or create, yeah. I don't even think we need a factory for this. I'm forcing something here that doesn't need to be. We'll just say at game type equals this is the problem with having these weirdly specific games. Could mock the game as well to just have, or mock the game type maybe, but I don't want to do that because that seems very hacky. I don't know. Is there a way? Let's find or create. Oh, okay. To create. Gotcha. I knew that. I was testing myself. Okay. To instance. Game type. Find or create by name enshrouded. I guess. But then this would be game type dot names enshrouded, I think is how I'm doing this. Let's see. This isn't right here. We need to do a create for this. There we go. Find a game, games.id is null. Oh, this is for the country itself. Yeah, I can't do that. Get project to illustrate. Yeah, I mean, this is such a weird... I've never had something this weirdly constrained before. I think it's a problem with the way that the model is currently created. It's okay, so let's do this. At game equals create a game. So let's come in here. Let's get rid of this. At game type equals find or create type dot find or create by name game type dot names. Is this how I do it in the seeds? It is. Okay. Wait. Grab the entire enshrouded stuff. Like that. Okay, and then at game dot game type equals game type like this. Something like that. And then down here, we can use this to do all of this stuff, right? Hopefully that stops it from going boom. Okay, this one's now upset. Unexpectedly returned a value. Why? Oh, because at game is no longer that. Okay. Let me undo all this and just see what it was doing before. It was just doing this, and then our game in here, our game type is just a default. Okay, I see. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll say this is our at game, and then we'll also have at enshrouded. Game equals another create game, and then we can do this. Because this allows us to have the regular game for here and then the other one for down here with the very specific game type that we need. And because we're going to be testing multiple different types of things, I think it's okay to do this because it should be shared by the rest of it. Okay. Validation failed. Template has already been taken. Support just locked in Yesway. I'm asking on your Discord. It's going to be a weird question to post in the questions chat, but whatever gets you going. Okay, so at game.create. We can't create a second game because the template's already been taken. Why has the template been taken? Hold on. Games factory. This just creates a regular one here. All right. Maybe we got to do something a little bit different here. We can't create two games here because, no, we should be able to though. Why is this not working? Okay, can I just run this in the terminal? That pop-up might be the least useful thing I've ever seen. Okay, line 9. So yeah, it is right here. It's upset because the template for this game in our games, this template's already been taken. But that shouldn't matter, right? Because if the game type already exists, why is creating a second game cause this game type to... What's the game types factory look like? Oh, because it's doing this, right? Okay, what if we do this? Factory, game, enshrouded game type. But this won't work because this also already exists, assuming the seeds have been run. Okay. So I almost need to create a game without a template. I mean, that makes sense, right? Let's just do that. Game without template. I don't think it's required, so we should be fine. And then we'll just come up here. I don't think. Do we have to give it a class? Hold on. Games. Game without template. Game without template. Uninitialized constant. Game without template. Class. Can I do this? Template can't be blank. Is this real life right now? Games line 43. Template can't be blank because it's trying to create a game type must exist. Okay, so that is a requirement, unfortunately. I don't think that's a thing I can do. Game type must exist. Find local variable or method game type. Okay. So it's not upset about that anymore, right? So now in our games, we have a game type with a template. Actually, this is game enshrouded game, I guess is what we'll just call this. We're back to the enshrouded game. Enshrouded game, right? And then down here we should be good. Okay. Okay. Did not return true. So this returns true, which it should because in our game type setup, it runs command runner executor, which returns true. Okay. I think we got there. All right. See, do I have anyone in? I don't know if anyone's in the Discord that plays League of Legends. let me find them. Yeah, no one's on right now. They're all offline. Sounds like you're on your own. Which, if you used to be Diamond, is probably for the best. For your ratings' sake. Okay. So this is now going through here. The thing I don't like, I mean, there's a lot that I don't like here, is how weird this logic's going to become. But again, they kind of require it based on how they expect the containers to be set up. Some of the containers are so nice to work with. Others, because it's always based on like whoever creates it, there's like these weird limitations that I don't think should exist, but it does make it a little bit annoying, which again is the whole point of the service. The point of the service is for me to do the annoying stuff so that other people don't have to. That said, it doesn't make it any less annoying. Okay, so let me just check in the game type setup. This will initialize it, which covers these two. It will do the setup, and it does this, which covers both of those. And then it runs this. So I think we're good here for this one. But we ran these tests over here. So let me go ahead and stop the server, and then we'll do a bin/coverage again. I also just realized I've been doing all this in the player count turbo, but I don't think it really matters if I'm pushing up tests, like more tests in this branch. So we'll just call it a wash. It's fine. Use assert nil if expecting nil. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's better. Sure, why not? Oh, we're up to 61% covered. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. And now we just need to do, I mean, the container service is pretty easy because it's just this build one, and we can just do this real quick. So let's do this first, but let me make sure one we just did, game type, that's good. Okay, so let's do the container service. This one's easy because we've already stubbed out the other one, so we just have to do something similar. So we'll come into the tests, wherever this may be. Is this even being tested? I guess not. Beautiful. Container service test.rb. Grab the command runner. Do this again. Actually, you know what? I'm going to grab this one. Okay, and we'll say this is the container service test. So this one's pretty simple. The container service really just runs some stuff. So we just need to stub out the command runner. And that kind of handles everything else here. This also, I don't think is required, right? This takes in a command, so we can probably refactor this too. So there's going to be a refactor we can do here, which is also nice. But we got to get rid of this. And we'll get rid of this. Well, we'll leave that stub just because we know we're going to need it. Okay. Container service test expects a game, and then it just does this stuff. So let's say we have a game, and then we need to do some of this stuff. If we try this, we should say this should start a container. And we can say this will stub the execute to return true, right? If this runs, we assume this has now executed. Which isn't a great test, but again, there is some level of it then runs to Docker and we have to do like system type stuff at that point, which I'm not looking forward to doing. So we do a container.start or container service.start. It runs the command. And then we can say, did not return nil. What the? Okay, no. What we want to do is we want to ensure the command runner service was called with the correct command. So the expected command is going to be equal to the base command, which is this. We're actually going to put that up here. We're going to say at base command equals this. It's going to be equal to the at base command plus up dash D. Okay. Then we want to do a command runner service expects execute with execute command to return true, I guess. Okay, and then we can run the command or the container service, call start. Is that what we want to do? Find local variable or method game. Let's do this. This needs to be at game and at game. Run test. Oh, where am I doing this? I'm doing this somewhere where I'm asserting that it was check what the command runner service was called with. We're not asserting mocks, right? Okay. Where are we doing this in the tests? Okay, that's for responding to it. This expects execute with command once, I think is how we were doing it. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. We have the command runner service instance. Container service restart. Container restarter job. Okay, so this is where we're doing it. So up here, we're stubbing this. And then we're expecting it down here. So in here, we'll do this with expected command, stubbed command execution. This is how we're doing it with command once, I guess. Okay. Expected exactly once, invoked never. This was invoked once. Payloads that YAML up D. All right, hold on. We got to run this in the terminal because I can't read this again. In typical mini test fashion, or I guess this extension fashion. Okay. Expected exactly once, invoked never. Execute docker compose -p pong -f payloads up D. I bet if we do this. Whoa. That's new. I don't think I've ever done something like that before. This is huge. Okay. Let's run it in the terminal again, and maybe this time it doesn't do that. Hey, Firewatch. That's a good game. Invoked once. Command runner service. Okay, what about this? Assert received. Define method assert received. It just pulls these out somewhere from somewhere sometimes. Have you ever used RubyMine? Do you think it's worth buying? I have not, but the running joke is that the sub money goes towards a RubyMine license. Personally, I think I'm happy with VS Code, but again, if I haven't used it, I'm probably not the person to ask. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm a big fan of VS Code just because I work with so many languages. It's nice to just have some commonality between them. Not a big fan of like having to open up Visual Studio or some other editor. It's just too much extra work for me if I'm happy over here. That said, some of the stuff, like this pop-up terminal that keeps getting in the way when I don't click run in terminal, it could be better. It's yeah, there's a running joke that the Twitch subscriber money is being pooled for a RubyMine license. Every time there's a new sub, people say that it's to help afford the RubyMine license. And I don't want people's money going towards something like that. Like if that's what you're subscribing for, please don't. Make better financial choices. Go buy yourself a coffee or go donate it or something. Okay, so expected command stubs the execute with expected command and returns that. Is this good? Stubs it with the expected command. So if I put in like a 2 here, does this then fail? Okay. Because then it calls it with, okay, I'm starting to get the plot again. I've been lost here. It calls it with this and not with the 2. So this does in fact work how I think it does. Okay, so we can get rid of this and this. We can leave this and this. Should start a container. So now we can do the other tests, right? Should stop a container. It can stop a container in the same way it started the container. Test should restart a container. So that's down. This one should be restart, I believe. That checks out. And then the last one is should rebuild a container. And that one's a doozy. Should build a container. Okay. Yeah, this one, there's a lot going on with this one. So this is the command that it's running. It then runs the up command afterwards. Twitch still hire Ruby devs. I love Copilot. Yeah, I don't know if does Twitch still use? Started at 2006. It worked well. Then they broke the monolith. Oh, they went to microservices. Well, that explains why everything works so well now. Microservices, on the other hand, are smaller modules of code, each with their own function and focus. Microservices work well for large organizations that need to set boundaries between smaller groups. Some pages still use Ruby. Okay. Coordination, resilience, reduce the blast radius when something goes wrong. I mean, I don't agree with this at all, but okay. Performance bottlenecks. That makes sense, I guess, because you don't throw the whole thing in, but this one's weird to me. Different parts of the system started to reach their limits. API, video, databases, chat, discovery. When was this posted? Hold on. 2022. All right. When was this announced? July 15th, 2020. Okay. I'm not saying it's related, but the timing of this seems less like the concern was to move off of a monolith and more like the concern was to make a lot of money from IVS. Again, I don't have any proof of this, but the timing of AWS announcing IVS like 2 years after they, or 2 years before this post gets put out there, little bit sus. For those who don't know, chat is a core part of Twitch experience. At the time, our chat system ran on a set of 8 machines with chat channels randomly distributed across those machines. That architecture worked well until gaming events started exploding in popularity. Big channels would get the then unheard of amount of 20,000 viewers. At the time, those numbers were unbelievable. Nowadays, not so much. Big channels would slow down the machine hosting the chat system. Okay, it makes sense. A lot of experimentation, and most attempts didn't even make it to production. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at, because IVS is they make a lot of money off that. For example, the team working on the chat system initially attempted to improve the architecture by using Sidekick over a RabbitMQ backend. Of course, that implementation was inside Rails and only made the monolith bigger. Next, they tried to extract the chat system into a Node.js service, but unfortunately, the proof of concept was not able to scale due to a new bug found in Node.js core. It was still young technology. Looking for other options, they found Python with Tornado, which seemed like it could work just as well, but with less surprises. Initial extraction, okay. Enter Go. The Go language is gaining a lot of popularity, especially with the launch of Go 1.0. Supportive of the choice, but there were still concerns. Yeah, I mean, this right here, this is like a warning sign to me. If someone comes to me and says, hey, there's this cool new tool that we want to use for like the core of our stuff. They just released version 1.0. I'd go, let's maybe wait a version and see how that pans out. First Go program at Twitch, we created a tool through Go, a fake service to saturate the browser with a huge amount of chat messages. Okay. This tool helped identify a bug in the chat system, but also did something more important. It safely validated assumptions about the language, setting the stage for all the upcoming changes. First Go code to run in production was a tiny pub sub server. Okay. Handle every message at Twitch through a single thread. Okay. Replace the pub sub with a new Go implementation. Performance per thread was doubled with respect to the previous Python implementation. New pub sub server added the momentum of the Go programming language. Okay. Top live streams for each category on the homepage. The source of data organized, so it could be owned by different teams. The video system knows about the number of live viewers, but doesn't care about the category metadata. So the video system allowed for proper. Okay. Initially, the front end was part of the standard Rails app, rendering HTML on the server side and using some jQuery for JavaScript interactions. Over time, it evolved into a full Ember.js. There's a good callback for you. Single page application rendering on the client side. The evolution of the front end is a long story by itself. Rewritten again in React.js. Front end became a successful monolith. So, again, like, it's really not curious. It just, you have people with different ideas for what the best way to approach a problem is. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't have anything productive to say, you shouldn't say anything at all, right? So, happy for him if it worked, I guess. Anyways, let's come back up here. Let's try to run this. Every time I hear the word, the M word, immediately I start raising an eyebrow. And it's not necessarily because, like, the microservices approach is a bad one. It's just because most times what people mean when they say let's use microservices is let's try making good code. Then they like extract it out and then they go, whoa, you know, when this stuff is extracted out to its own thing, it works great. We can scale it. It's like, yeah, you could do that in a lot of ways that doesn't involve an entire microservice though. But who knows? Maybe it worked for them. I mean, it's still up and running, and they definitely make a killing off of the IVS. Okay, so let's move this back over here. Run this again and refresh. So I expect this one to go up quite a bit now. Hopefully. But every time someone says microservices when they mean modular code, I do cry a bit on the inside. Okay, so this is covered now. Alrighty, services. 2 left. Command runner. Oh, right, I made this. Am I even using this over here? Because I kind of like switched how I was doing this. Wait, how did this get... Oh, I see, because this is mocking that implementation. Okay. But I don't think this is necessary, actually. I think we can go back to this. And then in our test, we can actually just go back to this. I think that's still fine. I don't, because originally I thought I'd need to do that for the like build, but now that I have a way to just create the build log, I think that's a much cleaner way to do things. I just read that file and call it a day. Okay. Services. So now we just have the YAML manager. Good old YAML. I think this is like just completely useless now because we've completely encapsulated this logic somewhere else. So let's see. YAML manager service test. And we'll go over to our YAML manager. Put this over here. We need to test the volume path, which is thankfully a pretty easy one to test. This can also go away. Initialize template. Yeah, this is no longer being used. Cool. No Git. I have Git. So we'll just test this real quick. Should get the volume path, which is this, calls modify compose file. Okay. Loads the YAML, does this, and then asserts it. Let's run this. I just clicked like 3 different buttons. That was really unfortunate. Please, save me. Okay, so that works. And then we can do a bin/coverage. That'll run those tests, and that should update our coverage report here. It should get rid of this, because we don't need this initialized template anymore. And I don't think that breaks any of the tests. And then we should see this also turn green. And that should mean that our services are now fully tested, I'm hoping. Gotta wait for the system test, though. It's funny, I didn't want to come in here, but this is probably the easiest one to test out of all of them. I mean, no Git versioning on this project. No, there's Git versioning. I'm running tests right now, so I'm looking at it in a file. I've been running through doing all the code coverage stuff. Unfortunately, what you're probably not seeing, because I just realized it's not in here, is where's the Git lens? Is this the one that adds Git lens? It is. Okay. So let's add this to our dev container, and then we'll install it. Maybe. Oh. Okay, it looks like VS Code just went boom. Okay. Git, I do have that. Git status. Dubious ownership. There we go. Okay. And then does this just automatically work? Where's my little, I detected a change in the lines thing. Maybe it's got to parse through everything. Well, at least now you can see all the changes. Which originally started with changes to, I think, 2 files was the original intent. It was just like turbo broadcasting the number of players on a server. And then it became, let's write unit tests in this branch too. Let's come into the, I guess let's come into like the logs channel. Does this have, yeah, there we go. Okay, now we got the little git lens thing that tells you that I did something here, which is just removing an empty line. Okay. This does add the player count. Let's do this. Git commit -m, and we'll say add player count and tests. I really don't like that we're doing all of this on the same branch, but it is ultimately tests. We basically didn't touch the code here, which is good. Okay. Let's come over here. I died. Services are done. Backup we can't really do because that's still too specific to Minecraft and we don't have the other stuff. I don't want to do Sidekick because this one makes my head hurt because this is all the background jobs, and although they should be covered because they're very fragile, they scare me. I guess we could do some of them. Okay. But let's do this first because we just pushed that up. So let's merge this and then let's move this over before we touch stuff that everything we've touched here, I know still works. Before we touch something that I don't know works, let's just get this merged. I also don't know how these tests are going to work up here because for some reason the continuous integration tests tend to have a vastly different experience than the ones that I run on my machine. Every time I run the tests on the continuous integration, this is like the epitome of it works on my machine, dude. Like I run these and I never know what's going to happen. Which, as you can imagine, is very stressful when you sit there and you try and like run these and then you come back like 5 hours later and it's like, yeah, you've used 5 hours of your credits on this test, and it's just because your test got stuck in like a race condition or something. Super fun times. But if you want to know how stuff like this works, this is actually being added to the main branch of Rails right now. So if you go over to like the Rails repo and you look at the current main, it'll have the continuous integration and the dev container in it. It is set up a little bit differently than how I have it set up because I've kind of just ripped out the CI file from the main branch. But yeah, if you go over to the repo, you can sort of take a look at this. Well, we made it through the unit tests, and those are the ones that always scare me. So the rest of this should be fine. And then once this is done, it sends me an email with the code coverage, and then it'll also post that to the PR. So we can see we got all the green checks here. We come over here, and then we refresh. There's our simple code report. We can see all of our tests pass, and then we can just click merge. And then if we want to be extra special, we can come in here and we can like assign someone as a reviewer. And maybe give it a thing that says enhancement because we added turbo. Confirm, right? Yes, this should close that issue as well. Did we make an issue for that? Don't know. Okay, and then we can pull this. So we'll do that real quick. Move this over here. Get checkout main. Get pull. Oh my God. Okay. I hate it here. Dean : for lib, assets, build context, default. Get-m, or sorry, not get commit, get stash, get pull. There we go. Okay, so that works. And then we can, I don't know, do something here and just create a branch for controller tests. Let's bump up that code coverage number. Do this, and then we can do, I don't know. We can do a won't fix. There we go. Beautiful. That's funny. In an ideal world, I would, but we all know how this is going to end up. Okay, so we're on this branch now. Let's do the controller tests, I guess. Or I guess we said we would do the sidekick jobs, right? So let's do the container builder, which I don't think has a test yet. Oh, it does. Container job test. Okay, cool. So we have this. We have a container starter, which is doing some stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this whole thing, paste it down here, and then I'm going to comment this whole thing out so I can like grab this and do what I need to. So we're going to grab this and we'll put this at top like that. Okay, takes care of that. Don't need this. We might need this. I don't know. Setup. What does this do? It needs a game. And then it calls container service. So we actually, I don't even think we need this. But we'll keep it just in case. And then we can just get rid of this. Wait, what does our teardown do? Okay, like that. All right. Don't need that. Shouldn't queue a job, maybe? Yeah, I guess so. Container job, container builder job dot jobs dot size. Really? Interesting. I didn't mean to do that. Test, setup, tear down. The rest of those are fine. Let's go ahead and let's run this. Okay, it's upset. That's fine. But if we tab this over, we should at least have enough here to mess around with this. So let's... There we go. Okay, now we're on the right branch. Let's go ahead and run this in terminal and see what the problem is. Undefined method setup. What? Oh, no. Active job test case. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. Let's see. Initialize constant active jobs test. Okay, hold on. Test helper. Okay. Container builder. Okay. Active job test. Oh, test case. Reading is hard. Okay. That seems fine. Hi, Deanin. I'm the guy from X who showed you the Gamocosm. My question is, this SAAS project, it will be something similar to like Gamocosm. Greetings from Chile. Yeah, so I was looking at, for anyone who doesn't know, let me just Gamocosm. Here we go. I will post this. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a open source Realms alternative. So this is like Minecraft hosting, which spins up a server on DigitalOcean, I think, somewhere. DigitalOcean. And sets it up so that you aren't perpetually billed for this, which is very smart. That is a very smart way to do this. In my case, it's a little bit different from what you're doing. I guess it's similar to this, but it's more generic across games. And I don't have a way to do like this part right here. So this is like, I saw this and I was like, that is a very smart way to do it. But it's more just like, in my case, I have a bunch of friends that always try to play games together. And we can never decide what game we're playing. So I just wanted a fast way to start and stop one game server, like stop Minecraft and go play, I don't know, Enshrouded with my friends. Or have them stop the server and start up Minecraft again and maybe run Minecraft and Enshrouded, but leave like Valheim off or something. So it's mostly just a service like that. So that I have a way to do that. Because this feels like a different... I don't know. In my head, this is a different use case. Maybe other people feel differently. But yeah, this is... I think here it's more like I just assume people get a server from somewhere. I don't know where. And then just deploy this to that server. And then because they have the Rails app, they have the Trafic dashboard and everything else, it feels... Yeah, it feels like it's a slightly different purpose. Mine's mostly just so that my Discord stops bothering me whenever they want to play like 20 different games and I don't have to go out and pay like $30 to host each server because that was starting to become expensive. Because what started this was I had a Minecraft server that I was hosting for some friends that went from like $15 a month to $34 a month in the span of 5 months. It was like every month they were billing me $5 more. And I think they thought because I was like on their service, I couldn't really leave. So I was like locked in and they could just keep cranking up the price on me. And then eventually I was like, whatever, I'll just go start up my own Docker container for it. And then I went to go put the Docker container on a server. And then while I was showering that day, I think it was right before stream, I was like, you know, what if we just use like Kamal to put the container on the server? And then once we did that, I was like, you know, if we put the container on the server, we can put another container on the server. So your software as a service will work with Steam CMD. Yeah, so I think some of the games use it with Steam, or some of the containers use Steam CMD. So I think like Enshrouded does, and I think Valheim uses Steam CMD as well to spin up. But I really don't know enough yet. Like the Enshrouded server, you can even see in my Google list. Enshrouded container, this one. Steam, where is it? Using, yeah, I'm trying, yeah, it's like pterodactyl, or it's more like a Frankenstein creation right now. So I'm trying to put the actual Rails app on the person's server so that they could then just do whatever they want to, but it's still their machine, which does mean I'm going to have to like, you know, figure out how that's going to work. But yeah, it's in a state right now. I do like that it can ship with the Trafic dashboard though. This is really cool. I got this working the other day. If you come over to like HTTP, you can actually see the different servers that are running here, and it detects that they're being provided by Docker and all that stuff, which is like a really, it feels like it's a lot that I've done here to make this work, but in reality, this is just something that's provided by, that is not pleasant to look at. It's just something that's provided by Trafic with Kamal. So like if I come over to my Kamal config, for anyone who doesn't know, config deploy.yaml. In here at the bottom, there's this Trafic block right here, which has like the basic configure, and then it has the API dashboard set to true, insecure set to false, and then it has like this stuff right here, which you can generate with like a NB admin password 123, which like sets this up for you. And then ideally when you deploy this, you would have a lot of these commands run for whoever has this set up for them. And then you just tell them what their information is for all of this stuff. And that would let them do all of this management on their own. And they could still like SSH into their server and deal with it however they want to. But, you know, in a lot of cases you can do it through here. But like in some cases, it's the thing that annoys me with a lot of the Minecraft servers that, or the hosting providers. If I want to add, the example I always use is like proximity chat. So like if I want to be able to hear someone's voice when they're close to me in the Minecraft world, I need to open a special port for that. And my server host wanted $4 a month to like allow access to that port. I was like, so it's $4 a month for proximity chats, another $4 a month for the ability to do that like in browser map of your Minecraft world. By the time you're done, you're looking at like $40 now to host your Minecraft server. I was like, this is ridiculous. I'm just going to throw it in a container and I'm going to let people do it that way. But of course, that part relies on them being able to like actually set up a proximity chat for their Minecraft server. I mean, maybe there's like an image for that. I don't know, but it's like it handles a lot for you, and then for the rest you gotta figure it out. But at least you have the ability to go in and change your port if you want to without having to pay a bunch of money for that. That stuff was just, I didn't mean to close that. That stuff was really annoying to deal with. Bin/coverage, which I'm assuming you've probably dealt with similarly. Because if there's one thing we all know, it's It's Minecraft server hosting. I always pick on Apex for this. They're still a good provider, but I was on a plan similar to this, and then the recurring monthly price went up $5, and then 3 months later it went up again, and then again, and then again, and then I was looking at paying about for a 10 gig server for like 6 gigs, which even here. But again, if you use something like Contabo, 6 gigs is like $550 a month. I mean, it's a bit more than that. Like if you actually select this, it gets converted, and then there's also like a region fee. So this is probably closer to like $7 a month, maybe. So if I do like central, $645 a month with a $750 setup fee. So it's $14 your first month, and then it's $6 the second. But you compare that to any of the server hosts, and there it's less the first month and more the second and subsequent months. That said, Contabo's gone down like a bazillion times on me, so you know, that's also not great. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so this is now. It should be doing this, but I don't think it is. So I need to figure out how I was running these and then like waiting for them, I guess. Oh, in this case, I was waiting for the command runner to respond to execute, I guess. And here, this is calling container service. So maybe I need to like stub container service. Build method, yeah. This doesn't seem right. Because this is just stubbing the instance. Shouldn't this be like any instance? We just go over this. Dot any instance stubs, I think. Now there's no test here. Undefined method perform later for container builder job. This needs to be perform async. Is there a hotkey to run this? Maybe, we'll see. Okay. Then we can come down here and we can do a assert result equals this. Expected equals this. And we can, let's change this to actual. Expected and actual. So now it runs this container builder job, which should return that. But it doesn't, because this is not performing the way the other one was. Okay, how do I do this then? Okay, let's go into the container service maybe, which does the command runner. So maybe I just wait for the command runner instead of the container service. Let's do this. Dot any instance expects execute returns expected. Yeah, but this doesn't return it, right? So we need to get this out of here. Maybe? I don't think we can return this. We got to test this some other way. We got to probably count the number of times this was executed instead of checking against the returns. Okay. Let me think. We can call this, we get rid of this, and then we assert this. No, we don't want to do that. I want to like assert command runner service dot this, but it should be like command runner service call count. This goes into container service goes there. I need to check how to do this. Mocha times stubbed function was called. Okay. Mocha, let's do this. Rails Mocha. Ask ChatGPT. I'm getting close again. Two separate invocations. Stubs is just syntactic sugar for expects. Okay. Expects record dot returns true. Stubs execute. Just do this. Check and runner. Yep. Expected. That doesn't make sense. No. All right, let's do it. Let's ask ChatGPT again. Its track record recently has been worse than mine, but we'll see. See what it has to say. Whoa, I did it. I broke 1 million trackers and ads blocked. Let's go. That probably matters, right? Yeah. NQ test to count the number times the command runner service was called in the job. I really need to start telling it to be concise when I do this. It wastes so much time with like the setup. Nope, not our spec. All right, hold on. I'm using mini test. Be concise. Okay. Well, that's not really concise so much as it is you doing the exact same thing I just told you not to do, but okay. Mock service.verify. Apparently it doesn't need. Wait, what? All right, hold on. Okay. Now, pray tell, where are you getting this from? Use mini test mocking capabilities. Where exactly are we getting those from, ChatGPT? I love it when it just assumes stuff like this. All right, let's grab the whole thing. Incorrect usage. Mocks are available through Minitest mock new method, but it seems like Minitest mock class itself wasn't found. This could be due to a typo or misunderstanding. Every time it tries to gaslight me into saying that I'm the one that misunderstood things, I get closer to snapping. I'm about to have like a moment with a AI. Yeah, so this is what frequently happens. Like we're 2 runs in, I can already tell you this isn't going to work. It just makes up stuff, and then by the time you figure out how to make this thing work, you could have just done it yourself. That is funny though. I don't know. It feels like it's been doing that more recently, where it's just hallucinating methods and imports and everything. Yeah, worth a shot, can end up opening other rabbit holes. That's pretty much what it feels like. I usually try it when I'm like solo deving, just to see if it can save me some time. But the last, I mean, it's been like 2 weeks now. The last 2 weeks, I don't know if they have it on like a reduced amount of caffeine intake or something, but it feels like it just, don't know. It refuses to think. I got into like a 4-hour long argument with it a couple nights ago because it kept spitting back code that just made no sense. And at one point I was like, please explain to me where you think this code is coming from. And it was like, well, this is clearly coming from a misunderstanding you had. I was like, hold on, you're the one that made this code. And started arguing with me. I was like, what's happening right now? I think you spent a bit too much time studying off Stack Overflow because you're being very aggressive with your response. Okay, let's see. Expectation for Mocha. That makes sense. Does this feel like working today? Okay. Call count. What's this for? This is for Chai? Okay. Whatever. I've done this somewhere in the project before, so we'll figure it out. Okay. Should. What is this actually doing? Container builder service. Container builder job. Should call build on container build service. Should build the container by calling, let's just say should build the container. And then should call build a container service eventually. Like this. Container builder job new. What is happening? There has to be a hotkey for this, right? There's not. Okay, so what if it doesn't call it? What if this is never called? Does this fail now? It does. Okay, so that works. We did it. And we didn't even have to convince ChatGPT that the misunderstanding was actually coming from ChatGPT. I really need to try some like ChatGPT alternatives. I feel like I've fallen behind with like Claude 3 or whatever else came out. Because this like, what is it, $20 a month subscription for ChatGPT these days? It is no longer paying for itself. It used to, and now it just feels like it just, they took out a couple too many of the RAM sticks or too many of the GPUs, and now it just can't figure out how to do stuff. There we go. Okay. Sidekick. I don't want to touch this. Let's go to the log streaming job. This is actually doing something, I think. I think this is what's running the console on the page. So this one's worth actually taking a look at. Git status. Add dot git commit -m container builder tests. Like that. There we go. Okay. Next. Log streaming job. Oh boy, it's empty. Love to see that. Let's come back over here. Let's copy this and come into here. Copy this here. We can get rid of this. Boom. Chocomel. Okay. Yeah, we got that chocolate mocha. Okay. So how does this work? Because this is actually, I think this is the first time I've done any sort of action cable testing. I mean, this isn't, I don't think this is doing specifically, oh, it is. Okay, this is doing action cable broadcasts. So this will be new for me. All right. I don't know, should stream logs from the mocked container. This is going to be an ugly one. Expects stream logs. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. This part can probably be mocked into its own thing. How do I do that though? Because I want to clean this up and extract it because it'll make it easier to test as opposed to having to set all this up. We could put it in a service, the log streaming service, and then put the fetching, all of this logic almost in there. Let's come into the log streaming job. Oh, I'm down in the tests. Okay, let's come up here to app, sidekick, log streaming job. Then we'll grab this stuff, I think. So let's do a new file, log streaming. Oops, not in here. We need to do this in services. New file, log streaming service.rb. Log streaming or log streamer service? I will say log streaming. Let's grab the game type one, I guess. Log streaming service. Okay. We'll do this in the perform. Okay, so let's come into the log streaming job. And we basically want to grab everything after the Docker container. It should be this. I don't even think do we still have this IO error? Maybe. Okay. Then we can do this over here in the log streaming service. Let's get rid of this and get rid of this. This will now take in a container. Container equals container. I think that's fine. Like that. And then maybe we'll do something like, I don't know, stream logs. Or let's just do stream because it's implied that this is a log, right? Like this. Takes in a container. It also has a game ID. So does this need to take in a game? It does have a game. So we'll say Container game at game equals game. Game at game.id. Okay. Rest of this seems fine. Fetch new logs in here, which is this. This. Okay. That broadcasts it. So this is fine now. So now let's do. This happens every time. Is that a big? It's not a big problem. So let's do log streaming service equals this new. And we can do this dot stream. Okay. So this now becomes a lot easier to test, I think. Let's come over here. Does this broadcast? Okay. If game is nil, it's fine. We pass in the game. Okay, let's come down here. Okay, so let's change this because now we've refactored how this works. So let's see if GitHub Copilot can figure out how this works. Container mock, container stubs, streaming logs. Container stubs gets returns container. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't realize we could mock our containers like this. This is a lot easier than what I was thinking. I guess it makes sense because you can mock anything, right? Log streaming service. Expect stream once, perform now. The game ID and 0. Oh, last log delivered count. Okay, so then this goes through all of that. Undefined method perform now. Oh, of course. Okay. LSJ equals this. LSJ perform. Find local variable or method last logs delivered count because that comes in here. It's one of these, but it's not passed into here. And then we can come into here like this. Set it equal to 0 by default. We'll just do this as well. Is this in here? Okay. Like that. Okay, and now this is failing, so let's run this in the terminal and see what's actually wrong. Okay. Invoked never, log streaming service dot stream. Because this is trying to do it there, right? Okay, so let's do this. Expect stream once. Yeah, we need to like mock any instance of the log streaming service here, I think. Log streaming job takes in a last logs delivered count equal to 0. We'll leave it like that. We'll make it explicit. Expect stream once, perform. Invoke never, invoked once, streaming logs. There's a streaming logs in dot streaming logs. container stubs streaming logs. Where is this coming from? Invoked once. Container.streaming logs. I see. Okay. So this is invoked once. The command runner service is never executed. Is that not used here? I guess it's not. So we don't need the command runner service. Let's run this. Oh, I forgot to run it in the terminal again. Okay. Expected exactly once, invoked never. Log streaming service dot stream. So what if we do this? Let's get rid of this. Any instance expects stream once. Like that. There we go. Okay, so now this is working. And just to verify, if I come in here and we like, I don't know, before this gets called in our log streaming job, we just, I don't know, return. The test should then fail. Which it does. Okay. So that's good. Let's run this. Run the test. Beautiful. And then we can come over here and do a bin/coverage again. And then this should deceptively turn all green, but, well, mostly green. The reason why I say it's deceptive, though, is because a lot of this got moved over to a different file. So we're testing it by proxy. Okay, refresh. So you see it looks a little bit more green now. But again, that's because our service has this in here, and we're only testing half of that. So we do need to test this now. But if we come back to where we just were, in our jobs, sorry, Sidekick jobs, this one we should be able to test as well. Test should handle, yeah, Docker not found error. Simple enough one. Okay, so that's good. And then we can run this, and this should give us coverage for this. So all we're doing here is we're mocking the implementation where if we try to find a container that we're looking for the logs for, and we can't find that container because like I went in and I manually stopped it over here, that we then handle this error over here. Oh, this is interesting. Should work if game-specific logic in test services game type setup. Ooh. Type service test. Work if this isn't required, line 18. Huh. Why did that fail over here? At game. Oh, you know what? I bet I'm doing some kind of sampling here. Oh, that's so stupid of me. Why would I do that? Okay. This is a pretty good lesson here. The game can be created with any of the game types. Because it can be created with any of the game types, it can be created with a game type like Enshrouded, which is the one that does have game-specific logic. But we're testing specifically a game that doesn't have game-specific logic, which is causing this to fail. So this game create here actually needs to be a game without game type. Or at least with game with no specific logic, right? So what we're going to do instead is we're going to get rid of this. And we're just going to create a game here. And honestly, the enshrouded one, we could probably just create down here. But okay, how do we do this? Well, come in here, we'll say at game equals game dot, we could do this with a default game, I guess. And we can come over to our games, grab this one, default game type, right, with the class of game. This worked before, so instead of doing the enshrouded, we'll do default. And I think this one can just be default, or this can even be test. Yeah, okay, so we're not creating that one. So this should be okay then, I think. Let me just verify. This one should still pass because we haven't changed anything for this one. Okay, and then this one, we'll see. Factory not registered default game. Oh. Game with default type. With default game type. I don't know. Probably a bit too verbose, but for right now, it's okay. Can always do the refactors off stream. That's kind of the boring part. Okay, so now this should be less prone to going boom. We basically had a random number generator in here that said, like, I don't know, 20% of the time fail this test. Which, although that's hilarious to do to your coworker, it's not so funny to do it to yourself. Well, it's not true. It is funny to do it to yourself, but like ideally, you probably don't want to do that to yourself. Okay. That also means I have to look at the other areas that are using this test because they're probably failing occasionally because they're just grabbing a random game type. So if I come into the game types factory, right here, I think, is where we're running into the problem with the sample. Refresh. Okay, this is now covered. But again, in our services, we still have to do this one. Excuse me. Okay, so let's finish up then with the log streaming service. Okay, so in test services, new file, log streaming service test.rb. Player count, maybe? We'll just copy the game type one again. Go up here. Log streaming service test. We don't care about the game. We'll just do the user. And we can get rid of this. Just like that. Okay. So now in the log streaming service, we need to do this stuff. Because right now we have the stream not being used. So for this, we need a container, a game, and some logs being delivered. At game equals create game. I really should just create a mock container creator, but that's fine. And then let's say at container equals, we are doing the streaming logs, so maybe we got to do that. We'll see. I'll do it down here. Okay. Should stream logs from a running container. Okay. Stubs streaming logs. Okay, that's our method right here, so that's important. Returns mocked logs. Stubs get returns container. That's important because we need our container. Log streaming instance expects stream once. Log streaming service new container game and 0 stream. This actually makes a lot of sense to me, which means it's probably going to fail. Oh, it worked. Okay. And then if I come in here, so in this case, it expects stream to be called once. That's really not, that's not what we would want to test here. We'd want to test that the container, or we kind of want to test that the action cable server was broadcasted to, I guess. Check if, yeah, action cable.server.pubsub.redis connection for subscriptions.get logs 1. Is that how that works? Let's see. Yeah, I didn't think so. Undefined method Redis connection for subscriptions. Excuse me. Okay. We're close though. So. I don't know how to do this. Testing action cable broadcasts. Test helper. Oh, assert broadcast on. That's so much easier than what Copilot was telling us to do. Okay. So let's say assert assert broadcast on the logs channel, whatever that is. Game ID. Okay. With the text mocked logs, that makes sense. And our logs delivered count is now 1. Now the issue with this is we're stubbing so much stuff that I don't know if this is actually calling stream. So I don't know if we even need this, if I'm being honest. Whoa. What just happened? That sent me into like the shadow realm. What was that? Okay. So now what if we make this logs 2? Does this now fail? It does. Okay. What if we just have an empty string for the logs? Or just the word, no, let's do empty string. Okay. And then what if our logs delivered count instead was 0? Sorry, this is me learning how testing this works. Okay, so it catches that too, because it's checking both of these. Because they're down here. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this is a bit of a misnomer. I think it should be like I don't know. Because it's technically logs that we haven't delivered yet. It's not logs not delivered, it's logs not delivered yet. If that makes sense. But okay, this seems to work. Let's do another one where we test should not broadcast logs if there are no new logs, which makes sense. Did Copilot decide to go home here? Hello? Oh my God. Okay. Let's just copy this. Grab this and do this. Okay. Assert no broadcasts on here. Logs should, I don't know, just be empty. Wait, what? Creates a mock container, does this, stubs the get, does a new stream. Oh, I see, because here it's saying the logs delivered. Okay, I gotcha. This is different than if there are no logs. Wrong number of arguments given 2, expected 1. But let's run this in the terminal. Line 30. Expected 2. Assert no broadcasts. Oh, like this? Okay. All right, and then test should not broadcast logs if none exist. Do. We'll deal with like what we actually need to test for coverage after this. This is more me just testing behavior to make sure that I have, all these cases covered. Okay. What else could happen? So could not exist. Is there like a maximum size? No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, but wait, we're broadcasting if we've checked one log. Let's check multiple log. Test should broadcast all new logs do. So this should just do like be an array or something. I guess, yeah, it's new line separated maybe. And I'm actually, because I'm getting tired of typing this each time, I'm going to say at logs channel like this. At logs channel equals this. Good grief. There we go. Oops. Logs should be mocked logs. Mocked logged 1, mocked logs 2, like that. Let's run this one. Okay. Cool. What else? Okay. We return if the logs are empty. And then let's do the test for if the stream is closed. Yeah, because that just logs to the console. So let's see. What does this do? Does this work? It does. Let's go. Okay. We run them all just to make sure that we get a bunch of green check marks. One more. We did it. Oh, yeah. Run our coverage report real quick, and then we'll see if this turns green. Go from 56% to 100%, right? Because I definitely did all of this. Yeah, okay, so we're good here. It's just doing the system tests now, but those will hopefully all pass. Then we'll be sitting comfortable. Okay, refresh, 63%. It's kind of crazy how we did all that work and we've gone up like 4% worth of line coverage. And this is not that bad. I think really the one that's hitting us the hardest is, the image manager, but this needs to be refactored. And honestly, it's that dashboard controller that's just doing us in right now. And that's because of all the test methods in there, but what are you going to do? All right. Get status. Got even more changes. Get commit -m add log streaming tests. Let's push this up and then let's do a PR just to make sure that these are actually being run and they work on the continuous integration, because this one always scares me. Labels. guess it's technically an enhancement. It's adding tests, which is kind of a feature, I guess. Hey, there we go. We'll wait for the other ones to pass because these usually run pretty fast, and then we'll check on the tests in particular. I forgot to actually do a RuboCop-A. Although so far it very rarely detects something it has an issue with, which maybe that's a reflection on how cool of a Rails dev I've become that RuboCop doesn't fight me all the time. But more likely it's because my RuboCop config is basically in leave me alone mode. But we don't got to acknowledge that. We can just pretend it's because I've gotten really good at doing this. Here's my RuboCop. Yeah. Oh, all right. Let's come down here. Now hopefully these pass. It would be a nice way to cap off the day with a bunch of passing tests that I didn't have before. I can actually do a Kamal deploy while this is happening, or redeploy. Let's do that. I guess I should wait until it goes into the main branch. Let's do that instead. We can deploy our Kamal monstrosity, but first I just want to make sure that everything's working. Oh, I haven't seen that one in a while. Does anyone know what causes this message type arrived from server while idle? I feel like I see these every once in a while, and it's got to be some kind of threading problem, right? Hey, we did it. Okay. Shut down container, please. Yay. All right, now we can go back over to PRs. That took 2 minutes. We get our code coverage number here, which is 60 point... What? That doesn't seem right. Why did that number go down from here? That's weird. Oh, I wonder if the simple coverage in the repo isn't running against everything. Maybe the continuous integration isn't pulling everything in. Okay. That's that. Let's do a git. Wait, git status. There's nothing in here, right? Git checkout main. Git, oh. Git pull. Cool. Okay, and then we can do a Kamal redeploy. Let's just come over here to our website real quick. Refresh, and then we'll see what the changes are. Do have quite a few servers on here. I probably need to add like a panel for like monitoring storage on the server, if I had to guess, in addition to everything else that I have, because I think this is probably going to become a problem. Because you're not always going to have just a ton of storage. And some of these, like I think the Zomboid image alone is like six gigs when you download it. Also love the warnings about non-deterministic behavior. It's always a word I want to see when I'm deploying something. Yes, I'll just go ahead and flip a coin and see which way this deploy will go. Exactly what I want to see. All right, and then we can actually test this by coming over here, because I think, has this image been changed? I might blow up the server by doing this, because I don't remember if this is the one that has, maybe it does. I think this one might have the log cap on it. Let's see. Okay. I think this is good. So then I should be able to come over here and then connect to the server like this. Let me come over here real quick. Oops. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this is laggy. My system's always so thrilled when I run a Kamal build and then I hop on Minecraft while I'm doing it. Speaking of which, is this... I think I can actually unpin this because I don't use this launcher. Maybe. You can see the lag right there, or how it's stuttering every couple seconds. I think because it has to crank out so much while it's doing all of this stuff. But at least I don't have to run all these servers. I probably should start this one though, because I need to test player status for a server, and I think it makes sense to test it on something like this. Unfortunately, right now, this is only going to do player statuses for this one, I think. Like a peanut gallery over there. Oh my god. Oh, that doesn't seem friendly. We're just gonna walk away from that one. maybe we stay in our house today. Okay. Yeah, this can pull over to here, I guess, while this is running. And then I can think about what other features I need to worry about. So let me come over to the issue tracker and see what needs to happen next. Oh, this was also bothering me. If I come over here, this always makes me feel like, I guess this is the best example, like the server's offline when the text is red, even though it says running. So I think I need to change this maybe. I just didn't want it to say like 0 out of 0 if I couldn't parse a number from it. So maybe I need to change it. Or maybe this needs to move to like over here, so that it's more clear that maybe you need to see the green first and then you can see the red text. But right now it feels like the red text is too front and center and the green text over here for the server status is too far off. Is this still doing stuff? It is, okay. Also need to handle this when we clone the repo. I realized while I was helping someone else get set up to use it, there's no stub to env files. So there's no like example env file that they can use. So it's like not super intuitive how you get the project up and running yet, which isn't great. This one was actually closed already. This was addressed by... There's something about a status. I swear that I did this at some point. A future me is going to hate me for not finding the source, but I'll just say this is fixed. Okay. This one I still don't know how to fix. This one I have to do still. This one I have to do still. We're going to add this as a enhancement. Yeah, so this is another weird edge case. I guess Zomboid uses a comma separated list of mods instead of like a zip file of mod folders. So I need to add that as a way to do it, as a way to mod the server. Is this... I think this is already a thing that I'm doing, but maybe this needs to be a bit more explicit with like a update file button or something. So maybe we keep that one in. The rest of this is fine, but there's a couple things we can do in here. So what am I thinking? The new game could use a grouped combo box. New game. The new game combo New game page. Let's just do new game combo box for game types. When creating a new game, the game types menu is really confusing. Let's add a combo box, grouped combo box to address this. That way we can go from like this to this, but in a way where you can still, I guess the server's not running, in a way where you can select the different game types, which does actually remind me. Let's do this label enhancement. This one's fine. But also, new issue. What is it? What is it? Game types should have a category. The reason for this one is in the seeds file is probably the best place to see it. Basically just using an enum for all of the different game types, but this doesn't really make sense and it's really a pain to use. So I would rather this just be some kind of model or something. The game type names are all an enum selector. I'd rather select based on a category, not name instead, because that's less cringe. There we go. Okay, and then this is still building. All right, what else? What else do I see? What do my eyes see? Well, let's look at this from the perspective of someone else in your friend group or someone you're hosting the server for. So they come to the home page or they come to the games page. They see 3 different games. They go to here. Now this does have like a description now, but ideally maybe we do like ports as well, just in case you need the port information. So what we need to do then is each games need ports. Each game currently can only run once because the ports are hard-coded in the compose file, right? Games need ports to run multiple times. Let's store the ports in a, I don't know what this would be called, some kind of like game. It's like a, because the problem is like the game model is getting really bloated and I don't like it. It scares me to go in there right now. So like a game details, game settings, game connection. Game connection makes sense. Maybe. You do game dot game type to get the game type. You do game dot game connection. Because I don't want to do game dot connection because that feels like that's not a great name for it. Game dot game connection. Let's just do that. Game connection model. So we have something like game connection. Game belongs to a game. It has a port, it's an IP. Ooh, but it could have multiple ports because some of these games have like a bazillion different ports. Okay. So it's almost like the game connection needs to have a What will this be? Something like this. Has many connection settings. Or like has many hosts. The game, would it be a host block? And then you could print each host there. Okay. And then you would also want a display. Maybe. Okay. And then we have the, I don't know. Let's just call it a host block for now, which would have a, game connection. Would have an IP string. I'm sure there's a type for this and a port of type string, because that could also be /UDP or /TCP. That's another thing. If we come into like the compose file, vanilla compose, maybe not this one, Valheim. Yeah, some of these have like slash, or they have like a colon in it with a dash in between it because it's a range. So we're kind of just lumping all of that together. And then they'd probably need some kind of method to just grab like, I don't know, the host port as opposed to the Docker port. So maybe just grab this bit, but I don't know. We'll leave it like this for now. This is also almost done. So we have these, and each host has one port and one string. And then an IP, a port, and we're also going to give this a display of Boolean. So this is going to have to be like a nested attribute or something where in the game you create this block and then you create this block. And then maybe these either get added to the compose file or these are pulled from the compose file. So maybe like the defaults are pulled from the compose file and then you can configure them. But I don't think this one should be shown in the form. Something like this. Because, well, maybe you do want to change the IP. I would probably recommend not doing that, but I don't know what people want to do. So I'm going to do this as a label and an enhancement. This then gives us the ability to... This allows us to display the ports and IP for each game on the game show page. Also stops the IP from being hard-coded everywhere, because that is currently a very real problem. Okay. There we go. So that's fine. This is now updated. So let's come back over to here and let's refresh the games page. So this broke, which isn't surprising. This happens because when we do our Kamal deploy, we're not doing a Kamal app exec, or is it just Kamal exec? I can never remember. Kamal app exec -i. So we need to do a db migrate in here to migrate our database. Okay. And then we can do a Kamal app logs, I guess. Undeclared attribute type for enum kind. I wonder if... Oh boy, what did I break here? I mean, I kind of know what I broke, but I ran the db migrate, right? Definitely just ran. Yeah, so this added kind integer. Oh, I guess it didn't break. That was weird. There we go. So now we can filter the games. And this is live right now. So, and then if we come over to an incognito window, see that the content is missing here. Interesting. And that causes this one to break, which causes this one to break. And if we come back here, it's still broken. Okay. So what is... what would this be in? This would be in game.rb. By kind, order kind. But then if I come in here to a Kamal app exec Rails C, I do a game, oops, game equals game dot first, game dot kind. Okay, maybe that's why. Game dot update. Hold on. Oh, I bet it's the villager picking stuff up. I was like, why do I hear someone picking up eggs or something? Okay, let's do a game dot update all for the kind to 0. Okay, and then if I come in here and I do this. Okay. So what we should do then is Rails G migration, add default kind to existing games. Add default kind to existing games. Games might have a null kind. So we'll just do this real quick. Something like this. Now my question is, why was this not a thing to begin with? I guess this should work. This is probably something I need to look at. So I'm going to make an issue for this. Games of post migration. Games without a kind make search bar go sad face. I don't know what's happening, man. We'll just give this a bug. Okay. There we go. But this seems to be working. So now we can filter this. Now if that's what I thought. So this is not ideal because it lets you see games that you shouldn't have access to. Which also means if I click on this and I go here, it causes this to throw an error. So that's another one we can do. We can do a new issue here. It's another bug, and this is combo box search lets you see games you shouldn't. Not respecting display, visible Boolean. That's a bug. And then there's another one, which is visiting a page without permissions, not redirecting. Visiting, what am I doing? Visiting a game/47 when you aren't admin and game/47 isn't visible, doesn't redirect you. It just errors. There we go. Bug. Cool. Those are mostly just for me to take a look at the next time I sit down, because these are like, let's be honest, these are 30-second issues each, right? You just come in here and you redirect it real quick, but I don't feel like fixing it right now. Okay, what else? This is fine. Oh, does the vanilla with the boys actually work? Disconnect. Reconnect. So this one seems to not work on the server. This only works locally. So I'm assuming somehow this isn't like updating if it's on the remote server. So we'll do another one, which is going to be player count not updating on remote server. Only works locally. Let me just clear the weather real quick. Okay. All right, and then this one I don't want to do right now because I don't know if this is actually the issue or if this is just going to cause further problems. So I'm not going to run this migration. But at least we got some test coverage done today and identified some other bugs and fixed some bugs and did some stuff. But I think that's going to do it for me today. I am completely wiped. I've been going at this for 12 hours again. This is literally like 12 hours worth of coding today. I'm a little bit addicted to working on this. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed. Hopefully I can get another stream in this week. Hopefully I'll see you guys there. Don't forget to follow the channel if you're here. If you like watching me do whatever it is I do here. And if you don't like watching me, I'm sorry I've wasted your time. As always, feel free to hit that thumbs down button and tell me that I have made a horrible mistake. That's what it's there for. Other people can't see it, but I can see it, and I can go, okay, well maybe I should stop talking out of my you-know-what all the time. But yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out. Hopefully you at least learned something watching me write all those tests. We'll be doing more testing in the future, don't worry. There will probably be videos on this. Oh my God, Dean, I can't listen to you because I'm in class right now, but I'm very happy to watch you here and I encourage you to keep doing this. Well, I really appreciate that. It means a lot. And I do hope that you, I hope your class goes well. Appreciate everyone for hanging out. See you next time.